So
And
it's
you
not.
would be inviting all three of them to the stage. They would
the
be
same
seated
time?
on the stage. Yes.
All right.
They would be seated on the stage, and Michael would get up and give his address. Then Sung would get up and give his address, and then Maz would get up and give his address. And during all three addresses, all three of them would be on the stage.
Okay. Okay. So all three on the stage, and each one individually giving a presentation.
Yes.
All right. All right. Thank you. All right. Morning.
Good morning. I'm As Hussain. Nice to meet you.
Seymour, how are you?
Very well.
You're one of our speakers.
I am. I have the great pleasure of being introduced by you.
So
Looking forward to it.
what we're going to do is we're going to get you, if you don't mind, to sit on the stage right from the get-go.
Right.
You and Michael Sung
Yeah.
and Michael Foley, and then each one of you will present individually and
Beautiful.
sit on the stage while the others presenting. So you'll be in the
Wait.
you'll have to behave yourself while they're up there, but
Well, it'll help me adjust quickly. One challenge is I'm using Mike's mic.
1 2 1 2 1 1 2 perfect. Okay, we're good.
Moment of transitioning between
yeah.
Hi, I'm Maz. Michael. Michael, nice to meet you.
Pushing forward into the fight. Every challenge becomes a chance to build, to grow, to take a stance. We're navigating the unknown. We're navigating the unknown.
Are you Son next or you next?
There's Matt's next.
Matt's next.
Oh no, sorry, Michael. Michael.
Standing at the edge where the future's unclear, chasing dreams through the chaos, pushing past the fear. With vision in our hearts and courage in our hands, we carve a path where no one's ever made a stand. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Navigating the unknown. Through every industry, through every change, we turn uncertainty into something strange. With passion and grit, we rise above, empowered by the future we're dreaming of. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. We unknown. You see a light, pushing forward into the fight. Every challenge becomes a chance to build, to grow, to take a stance. We're navigating the unknown.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome back to day 2 of the Leaders in Islamabad Business Summit 2025. Nice to have you all back here today. Let's begin today's session with the recitation from the Quran.
بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم قل هو الله أحد
कहो वो अल्लाह है यकता
الله الصمد
अल्लाह सबसे बेनियाज है और सब उसके मोहताज हैं
لم يلد ولم يولد
ना उसकी कोई औलाद है और ना वो किसी की औलाद
ولم يكن له كفوا أحد
और कोई उसका हमसर नहीं है
صدق الله العظيم
And now could I ask that you please stand for the national anthem. Good morning. Welcome back to day 2. Good to see you all here again. Lovely to have you in. We're going to have another fantastic day of conversation and presentation and ideas and discussion and imagination and forward thinking all around the summit, the theme of navigating the unknown. And if you were here yesterday, which I'm sure most of you were, you would have had a fascinating day of conversation around that very topic. We talked a lot of subjects. We talked about the digital economy in some considerable depth. We talked about the need for the development of digital infrastructure. We talked about the seeping, creeping digitalization of all our lives, and we'll be picking that theme up today as well. We talked about privatization and the correct role of the economy, the government in the business economy. We talked about sustainability in some great depth, and it was really quite ironic that as we were having those conversations, a historic hailstorm was taking place outside, as if to drive home the point that this is something we really should be paying a lot more attention to. And hopefully we'll talk a bit about that as well today. We had a great conversation with General Zubair about the geopolitics of the region and the world, and we had a very fascinating session with the only and first female justice on the Supreme Court of Pakistan, Justice Aisha, which was a really fascinating discussion. So today's themes, hopefully, we're going to be just as exciting and invigorating as they were yesterday. So let's kick it off straight away. We're going to start by revisiting some of the digital challenges and opportunities available in Pakistan. And we have 3 speakers who will be visiting various aspects of that conversation with us today. I want to invite them all onto the stage one by one. They'll each give a short preliminary address individually, and then we'll move on from there. So let me invite to the stage Michael Foley, who's an advisor with Watu Global. Michael will be talking about the African experience and how it can advise Pakistan in the adoption of smart technology in phones. We also have today with us Professor Michael Sung of Zhejiang International Business School. He's also the chairman of Carbon Blue Innovations and Horizon Digital. He'll be talking about the digital economy. And we have Maz Hussain, partner of Digital Lighthouse and the leader of KPMG Saudi Arabia, to talk about intelligent economies. A round of applause for our speakers, please. Thank you very much. And we'll kick it off with Michael Foley. Michael.
Thank you so much. Distinguished guests, speakers, and delegates, assalamu alaikum wa rahmatullahi wa barakatuhu, and good morning to all of you. Thank you for being here so early. We talked about risk yesterday. My risk today is trying the headset to see if we can get that to work, okay? Let me tell you a little bit about a company and a process and a system which is now working in Africa that may have applications for us here in Pakistan. Mobile operators, and I have a little bit of experience in this space, have failed pretty miserably in maximizing the value of the infrastructure that they've put in place. That's one way to say that we've put hundreds of millions of dollars in the development of networks, including very high-speed networks, 4G and 5G, but we've yet to come anywhere close to maximizing the use of these networks because we've failed to address the demand side of this business. In particular, we've created this huge supply. Every tower is a factory for megabytes and minutes and moments, but yet very few of our clients in markets like Africa and Pakistan actually have access to smartphones that give them the ability to use these networks and to benefit from them, delivering on the promise of these networks. Basically, this limits people's ability to actually thrive in the economy and make contributions, and to give a proper return on the investment that mobile operators are giving and that society gives in giving us permission to build these networks in our markets around the world. So Watu is a company that was created 10 years ago. 4 guys from Latvia came to Kenya, decided to do traditional microfinance work. And they were in Mombasa. They were doing simple microfinance for groups of people, mostly women. And they started doing motorcycles because these young guys never owned the asset of the work. And about 2.5 years ago, they started looking at smartphones because it was a real opportunity. Nobody had been able to crack the ability to fund and finance smartphones so that the bottom of the pyramid could have access is that they had the right to have service too. So with that in mind, they started building a model. And that model was tested until 2023, and about mid-2023 started to implement, and in 2024 started to scale. And so this is a bit the story of this model, and there may be opportunities to do it in other parts of the world. So the model has been massively successful. It's in 8 countries in Africa and growing right now. Watu has 3,000 employees. Every day, 10,000 transactions are done. Loan transactions are done by Watu. Wildly skewed towards mobile phones, not motorcycles. In fact, we're starting to cut down on motorcycles until e-bikes come into the market because they're much faster and easier to manage. About 3.1 million assets have been financed. Of that, focus on the 2.5 million for smartphones, and that's essentially since 2024. 2.5 million smartphones to people who otherwise would not have them. About 9 million lives have been impacted, and the company has raised over its lifetime $200 million in debt and has dispersed over $1 billion worth of loan and is successful and growing. So we build digital connectivity through smartphones. That's the key model of the company. There's a few things that make it different. We only deal with one kind of smartphone, one brand of smartphone, and we vet them very, very closely. There's a number of reasons we do that. One of them is the locking software that comes with this particular brand. It's extremely effective, and we've mastered it. We allow people to pay every day. So they don't care about the APR or the profit of the loan. They're paying 35 cents or 40 cents a day to have access to a smartphone, otherwise they would not have access to it. And that's highly aspirational. And this particular brand is highly aspirational. So we have a problem of managing not the demand, but managing the supply on our side. We do close relationships with mobile operators and mobile money services, so it's a completely cashless business. And currently today, we have about 1.5 million people using our app to manage their loan on a daily basis. It'll say for how long your phone will be unlocked until you make your next payment. You can make your next payment. If you don't make a payment, the phone locks. You can do customer care calls, and you can pay with mobile money, and the phone unlocks in 10 seconds. That's how we secure the debt. It's not perfect, but it works. So again, 2.5 million smartphones have been financed since 22. 50% of the customers, and this is the important part for our economy, 50% of the customers use their devices to earn a living. And that's really important for us as well, because we're a social enterprise, not just a commercial enterprise. And we work directly with retailers that enroll in our program, and as long as they're selling an approved device that we have vetted to work with our systems and our locking mechanisms, then they can sell the devices, and the model becomes very simple for them and very highly scalable for anybody who wants to do this. The onboarding is simple. We don't do any credit history, so half the bankers in the room have now fallen off their chair. We don't do any credit history whatsoever. You walk in, you have pulse. That's a good first step. You have a national ID or some form of ID. You have one phone number that you can call so in case we can't reach you. And if you pay 30% down payment on the phone, which is usually $25 to $30, affordable, it's what you would pay to buy a secondhand phone on the market. You get a brand new, warranted 24-month phone from this vendor. Usually 85% are in the bottom tier of the range of those phones. But they're all highly featured 4G phones. Key to us was mastering the technology and building real-time data systems that allowed us to figure out if somebody was messing with us. So there is portfolio at risk, but if you have 10,000 retailers, if one retailer is messing with you, it'll show up immediately. You can shut them down and manage the risk. But we have portfolio at risk. And we use strong distributor partnerships, so we look at the very large distributors in the country, partner with them, get their best retailers, because we want the best retailers because we can quickly exhaust our ability to finance by trying to get to everybody. The onboarding journey is between 20 and 30 minutes. Walk in, show us your ID, we take a pulse, yes, you're there, one phone number, pay, and immediately you can leave with your phone with a SIM in it, and instructions on how to use it, and the phone is customized with our app and with Knox on it, and the asset is released immediately to the customer. And I'll give you an example right now in the Democratic Republic of Congo. We've been testing this for 6 months. We only have 4 stores in Kinshasa where we allow this to happen. We said we would be able to control the demand by having only 4 stores. What we didn't expect is the stores became a destination. And we have people queuing outside the stores, trying to get the quota for that day that we're allowing that store to do while we continue to test the system. It's not venture funded. The original shareholders of this business, they all own 100% of that equity now, and we do it all through debt. So we pay a premium on debt in the market. We earn our way into that by putting our own money in, and then we test the market, we prove the case, and then we go to commercial or high net worth individuals to get debt in that market, paying a premium for that debt, allowing us to cover the portfolio at risk, the cost of that debt, cost of operations, and a healthy profit for the shareholders. It works, it's disciplined. We only do a limited number of devices, but they're highly in demand. and we do not spread from there. It doesn't mean we might not do other devices beyond this one, but this is the one we trust. We have a close relationship with Samsung in Korea. They have their staff with us in Africa as we work through the locking mechanism and the very creative ways our African brothers and sisters can mess with us and trying to circumvent our systems. And we'll have to do, if we decide to come here, the same thing. The playbook is very simple. We're very humble. We try, we test, we go around. It may take us 5 or 6 months to get comfortable before we scale in a market. DRC took us almost 9 months before we started to scale a few weeks ago. We build very close partnership with distributors and telcos, and specifically mobile money players, because everything here is cashless. So what happens? We go to the markets for international money now, and they say, yeah, Africa, that's cool, but there's a bit of a discount on what we can give you for Africa. Come to the rest of the world, please. We've been pushed by our financiers to go outside of Africa, the people who lend us money. So now we're opening in Mexico, Brazil, Colombia, and that blue circle over there on the right-hand side is the reason I'm here today. Is I want, and I've been pushing my colleagues to move and come to Pakistan with this model for about a year. And we've decided that we're going to bring this model here to Africa and to Pakistan, and we are going to start building that over the next 6 months. We have the similar problem as they have in the rest of the world here. Women are less likely to own smartphones. The informal workplace does not have access to smartphones broadly because they don't have the cash to do it, and we want to provide them with those tools. Affordability is a massive challenge. Telcos and retailers already serve these customers so that we have a distribution model ready to go. And for me, and I want to make this very clear, this is a private sector initiative. I know that the government has strong focus on bringing smartphones to the market. They can't fund it. Okay, they cannot fund it. This has to be private sector led. We don't want a subsidy. We don't want a tax break. We don't want regulatory easement. We don't want any of that. What I've asked the state for is if to get things out of our way, if we need things to be get out of our way, that things are impeding our ability to do so. But we don't want anything special. We will support the intent and the program for the government of Pakistan while we do this, and we hope to be able to start operations in the end of this year, beginning of next year, depending on our ability to get all the approvals in place. So we believe in Pakistan. And I've brought my partners here already. They were here about 2 months ago. They're coming in June. And of course, I show them Karachi, I show them Islamabad. I brought them to Shigar, I brought them to Skardu. I'm bringing them to Hunza next time. And they've, you know, these are smart guys. And once they see on the ground what there is here, they fall in love. Like some of us from outside have fallen in love over the years. So I expect that we'll be in operation here, inshallah, by the third or fourth quarter this year if things work out. So the purpose of this presentation, and I think this is it, if you have any questions, if you have any queries, take down the information on the screen or come and see me today. The most important thing I need from you is the skeptics, the criticism, the ones that are going to tell me why it will not work here in Pakistan, why our hackers are better than all the other hackers on the planet, why you're mad for not doing choices. 1 minute and 50 seconds, I'm good. Thank you. And that's my objective today, that's all. So please come and tear it apart, bring it to me, bring all the issues you might have. That will be the most important thing for me coming out of this meeting, and thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michael. So we spend all our time talking about infrastructure, we spend all our time talking about hardware and software and all this kind of technology updates. Michael, what you're saying is we should be spending a little bit more time talking about just getting the phones into the hands of the people and financing that mechanism.
I think we
Yeah,
have to find a way to bridge that gap
right.
and get the demand in line with the supply.
Well, I hope the bankers in the room have managed to get back on their chairs at that suggestion. And it's a good setup for you, Michael, because you run an institution around the whole idea of digital finance innovation. So please, take it away and give us your presentation. Please, a round of applause for both Michael Foley and say welcome to Professor Michael Sun.
So, thank you very much. Can I get actually the hand mic? Is it possible? Is it? It's an honor to be here. I actually haven't come here since COVID, so very honored for Asfar to invite me back. I have like 41 slides and just about 20 minutes, so I'm gonna have to rush through a bunch of stuff. But I want to tell a very interesting narrative, right? And that narrative is that the future of the digital real world economy, okay, and I differentiate that from the completely online world, is going to be driven really by Asia. Right? And also the digital economy will be driven by real world assets, not exactly all digital assets. And so today I want to drive home this point. Basically the focus of this talk is from an Asian perspective. And from my standpoint, the Asia is the future of global economic growth and of what will become digital trade, right? You got a huge proportion of the global GDP, huge proportion of the population, huge population of the GDP growth, and Asia will be driving this. And on top of that, I think the adoption of technology and the new ways of doing business is here centered in Asia. So we are very well centered for that, right? So today I will talk primarily about what's happening in Asia with a focus on China, because China really is leading the way in a lot of these innovations, but also talk about how this is going to interconnect to the rest of the world, right? So in China, they had this Made in 2025 strategy. And after almost 10 years of development, China really is leading the world in terms of manufacturing capability. Okay, over $200 billion worth of industrial value across 49 different sectors. There are 30,000 smart factories in China now. Ones where there are no lights at all, it's just all robotics, no humans in the mix. Near dominant supply chain monopolies, right? I think something like out of 50 top industrial sectors, China controls the whole entire value chain from raw materials to processing to downstream, in many cases dominating 90% of that supply chain. And now in industrial robotics, right? China now is really 10x the world in terms of industrial robotics and things like that, right? And everybody has heard of this DeepSeek moment that happened, right? We saw what that did to valuations in the West and on the New York Stock Exchange, where DeepSeek, Chinese upstart, homegrown with Chinese entrepreneurs that never went to school in the West, really creating models that can take open AI and the other Grok and these guys run for their money at 1/100th of the cost. In China, this became a very big deal. Okay, Xi Jinping basically reversed his strategy of technology development, which was moving toward the state-owned information sector back to the private hands. So now there's a huge influx of private capital and tech, and so you should watch out for what's happening in China. Okay, and China's using this AI in a different way. Okay, in the West they use it kind of like ChatGPT. It's like a B2C kind of play. In China, it's all about B2B and industrial. Okay, so China has this A+ strategy. It's AI plus healthcare, AI plus oil and gas, AI plus manufacturing, right? And so industrial LLMs, or large language models for AI, and industrial robotics is going to be a major focus, right? And beyond that, they have a larger concept called industrial internet, right? Industrial internet is actually a little bit of a Chinese concept, because what it does is it actually vertically integrates in a way that other countries cannot do all the aspects of the key enabling digital technologies of the future, right? So that includes AI, blockchain to be the layer to coordination things, cloud computing, big data systems on top, IoT systems to be able to do all sorts of sensing, and then do that very fast industrial speed with 5G. Okay, and the national strategies of China and these 5-year plans allow for that at a major level. So infrastructure development, China is really leading a 10x on 5G base stations. They have big data exchanges now. Okay, the different cities have exchanges which are transacting data for the data economy, right? And there's a national blockchain strategy. I would argue the only place in the world where blockchain is actually adopted at scale, i.e. billions and billions of dollars are transacted on blockchain in China as we speak. Okay. So, so what does this mean? I mean, you guys have seen the clout that China has really come up with in recent ages, right? Xiaomi can pump out a fully automated product line car every 76 seconds. Right? We got automated digital ports where there's no people actually in the port. It's all being remote controlled by operators using 5G. Right? You've seen Unitree. The next move in robotics is going to be humanoid robotics. Okay? Everybody thinks that that's going to be the next EV platform for the future. Everybody's gearing up for this. VCs are all over this. But China is well ahead. Not only they own the supply chain for the batteries and things like that. You might have seen the Kung Fu robot from Unitree. These guys are already doing half marathons. They are doing robotic, kickboxing competitions, and they're doing it at 1/10 or 1/20th the cost of their near peer competitors in the West. Right? And even, provocatively, CCTV about a year ago put a picture of a fully automated ICBM missile factory, okay, that can pump 1,000 ICBM missiles fully automated in a month. Okay, to give you a relative capacity, the U.S. can pump 180 a year. Okay, so the manufacturing capability of China is very strong. And so what that means is that there's going to be a new era of Chinese internationalization. You're seeing this right now playing out with our EV. But beyond EV, basically every product in the world. Okay, associated with that is infrastructure development, right? Because if you're a big company like China Rail, you're not going to build more railway within the country. So the next phase of development, okay, by policy, as of this year, is they have a term for it, is Wangwai. Okay, go out. Go out. And so I have a company named Carbon Blue, basically helping Chinese companies to go out, okay, to do tech transfer, to sell products, and to build infrastructure. And China is going to be 50% of global industrial capacity by within half a decade. Okay, so half the world's stuff, especially the high-level industrial stuff, is going to be built by China. And they're going to flow down, of course, the Belt and Road with their stated initiative to do that. China spent over $1 trillion in the first version of the Belt and Road in heavy infrastructure, mainly for trade up on the inland and as around in the ocean. Notably, the Pakistan CPEC, right, the China-Pakistan Economic Corridor, plays a very critical role in this because instead of going around the Straits of Malacca at 12,000 kilometers, you can now go straight through at 3,000. So Pakistan is going to be playing a very important role on the Belt and Road. But mostly, that initial Belt and Road stuff was heavy infrastructure. It was railways, it was ports, it's telecommunication infrastructure. That's what China spent that $1 billion on. In fact, they didn't ask for very much return in many cases. Okay, but what's happening now is Belt and Road 2.0. Okay, and that's all going to be digital. Okay, it's going to be digital payments. It's going to be digital trade, digital commodities, and a lot of automated logistics. Right. And I believe that where that's going to really start is going to be in two specific areas. One is China. We just talked about why China. Hong Kong as the offshore center for China. And then in the Middle East, I think it's going to begin in UAE. Okay. Why UAE? Because UAE is kind of like the new Switzerland of the world for Global South, right? The government is very enlightened with blockchain, AI strategies. All the wealth of the world is moving there as a very neutral space. Okay, so I think it's set up to be a hub. In addition, UAE has increased its presence. Actually, UAE is the largest FDI investor into Africa now, not China. Okay, over $100 billion in Africa. And so as we come to this trade war scenario, there's going to be a lot of shifts of bifurcation that's happening. The U.S. is starting to increase its heavy hand in dictating its strategy of weaponizing the U.S. dollar and SWIFT. And that has forced the BRICS and other coalition blocks to come up. BRICS is the largest trading bloc with the largest GDP fraction in the world, with roughly about 45%. It's roughly about 1/3 of GDP and 1/3 of oil production, so it's actually quite important, right? So recently you guys seen what happened with the Trump's trade tactics, right? Trump really is trying to force his hand with regard to China, but in case of China, China is manufacturing everything, and so you see an immediate back down of the trade thing. What that does is force Chinese companies to look about doing tech transfer abroad. And right now, there's literally a bromance. This week, ADNOC is setting up its Beijing offices. Abu Dhabi investment office is setting up there to do tech transfer. And that serves both interests. China gets to the international markets and global south through a very credible hub. It actually whitewashes its technology to be made in UAE, and so therefore avoids the tariffs of the rest of the world. UAE gets technology upgrade and self-sufficiency in all its technology ecosystem. So this is a win-win not only for UAE and China, but for the rest of the world. And so I believe that this is the start of a lot of trade bridges that will be formed in multipolar way. Starting first with China, with UAE and the rest of the BRI, then expanding into Asia and in the MENA regions, in Africa, and then eventually all of BRICS to global south. Okay, so China has economically developed over the years, in different phases, right? Opening up economically in the 90s, to industrialization phase in the 2000s, to a technology upgrading phase, which is what you see up until this day. And the next phase is going to be financial, okay? It's to be able to digitize trade and to be able to promote the RMB internationally and things like this. And so I think everybody's heard about the CBDC, the central bank digital currency, the ECNY, which has been in development for over a decade. This is going to be a major tool for settlement eventually to help the internationalization of the RMB. And in general, central bank digital currencies around the world have become more and more prominent. 9 out of 10 central banks are doing this. In UAE, there's the digital dirham. Everything is in development to eventually create a brand new payment network, okay, that doesn't use the old technology of SWIFT, that can do bilateral trade settlements without the intervention of the US dollar in between. Right now, as a proxy, we have a US dollar stablecoin called Tether, USDT. Roughly speaking, $120 billion stablecoin, about $60 billion of transactional volume per day, okay, trillions over months. And a lot of significant companies are actually settling their business, okay, using Tether. Okay, but it's in a pretty non-regulated way. So I think the next phase of development is to work on the regulation, do compliant regulatory transactions, and another key aspect is to be able to think about the interoperability of these currencies as they sit on different siloed ecosystems, legacy ecosystems, different blockchains, different payment rails like Visa, whatever. So I'm working on a company called Free Flow. You can think of it as a digital currency Visa payment network with interoperability built in and a universal wallet so that we can actually connect from point to point and do cross-jurisdictional payment transactions. So the last phase of my discussion, I want to talk about how this ties into digital trade. Right now we just talked about the digital payment aspect, but we didn't really talk about the digitization of all of assets, right? So in the original internet over 30 years ago, we digitized information, right? We took something that was offline, sitting in a computer somewhere, we made it online, we made it instantaneous, we made it free, we blurred all borders of boundaries of geography or anything like that. It's been digitized and it can be used, right? And so the new digital revolution is upon us, and that is the digitization of value, okay, not information, but value is also a very important concept. in general, abstractly, anything of value can now be encapsulated in a digital asset, and that digital asset can then be fungible or exchanged in a decentralized way. We do not need to have centralized exchanges. We can have peer-to-peer direct connection of somebody in Brazil zapping somebody in Pakistan for exchange of value. Okay, this is game-changing. So my thesis is that we have a lot of people who talk about digital economy, and they're talking about the metaverse, and they're talking about Web3, and it's all very good, and I'm a believer in the long run of these things. However, the world hasn't hit the, I would say, killer use cases to have a global adoption. Now, in contrast, I believe that the immediate future digital economy is about real-world assets. And according to the World Economic Forum, there's going to be 24 trillion of these assets that will be digitized within the next few years. Okay, so now think of anything of value that you guys hold dear, right? You know, your stocks, your bonds, your artwork, your real estate, commodities like gold and wheat and oil. Okay, everything holds value, but the way that you transact that value now is heavily restricted. It's restricted. You have to register on exchanges. You got to get U.S. dollar. You got to get U.S. permission to use SWIFT, right? And it's not as fluid as you would like. The digital world is going to be able to change that the same way that they changed that for information. And that's going to bring massive, massive liquidity to the global market. Any and all asset classes, big and small, will be allowed to find buyers. You know, that's what you want when you're trying to sell a product or a service. You want to be able to find buyers. And those buyers are usually local. For you guys, it's all the people in Pakistan. Wouldn't you like it to have institutional money from China invest in your product? Wouldn't you like it if you had retail money? You have a grandma in Brazil with $10 and they can invest into your product. That is the future of finance. That is the future of digital trade. Okay? So there's this concept that's been kind of hot. It's called real-world asset, RWA. And this is what I'm talking about. Essentially, it's regulated digital securitization of assets, whatever they are, such that you can have new ways of financing, new ways of investment, new ways of being able to trade that product. The very first one in China, okay, it was a company called Malu Putao, actually just happened in the last few months, grape company, okay? A very humble agriculture-grade company with a nice brand in Shanghai decided to go and tokenize their asset and thereby find a new way to be able to find investable resources in that. And this has been supported by Beijing. Okay, and what that means now is China, everybody and their mother, every single company is rushing to Hong Kong as we speak to set up you know, licenses, exchanges, and companies. Everybody believes this is the future. So I am setting up a new Digital Finance Institute for the Chinese Academy of Sciences. This is the highest level research entity in China. And we'll be giving policy recommendations not only to Beijing, but to Hong Kong and also the UAE on how to do this properly. How to create a digital trade bridge, starting first again with China and UAE, but eventually expanding to all of Global South, and how to do so in a completely regulated way for the rest of the world. So where do we start? Okay, you know, there's UAE and China has about $100 billion of trade flow, oil being a dominant one, commodities like copper and gold and steel being the other. We probably won't start first with oil, not because we can't do it, but because that is big boys stuff, right? That's geopolitically sensitive. That's when you get the big SOEs in. That's probably not a good place to do a test bed and start. So we're going to start a little bit more humble. We're going to start to do commodity trades. And another area of particular interest I want to highlight, because this highlights the financialization of these things, is in PPP investment. Okay, so in China, this has already been done. Okay, Ant Financial, the guys who basically built Alipay, they have built a few test cases where essentially anyone in the world can invest into infrastructure in China in the form of EV chargers. Okay, there's millions of these things in China. Most of these are small mom and pop shops that own less than 10 chargers. And now we can use blockchain to be able to register these chargers in the cloud essentially, and then you can get profit share on the chargers on a per charger basis. Okay, and so now you can actually do financing of real infrastructure, energy infrastructure in another country, and get profit share from that. Okay, so we're trying to do that in models as well. So I have a company named Carbon Blue International. We are building big infrastructure. We're building solar farms in Africa. We're building data centers in the Middle East. We're building ports, logistical ports in Bangladesh and things like this, right? So in these cases, the old way of doing things, debt-driven financing, is very difficult to unlock. So new form is what we call PPP, private-public partnerships, or BOT, like you go and finance it and build it, but you get to operate it and get some operating income. These are the ways that this infrastructure gets financed. Okay? We would like to figure out ways to use digital means to be able to help this PPP. So for example, if we can, the power purchase agreement of a solar farm or a data center, if the offtake is guaranteed by the government, we can tokenize the offtake. We can digitize the value, the future value of that project, and give it to the people who are investing, and that totally changes the IRR or the return characteristics of that project, so that you can actually get stuff done. And so this is going to drive new infrastructure investment. So we have a venture builder named Horizon Digital, which is basically focused on all the infrastructure capability necessary to do this. This is their infrastructure stack. We're essentially building a digital finance as a service solution that encompasses all the pieces that are necessary to do this, and to be able to give it to SMEs. So the same way that M-Pesa did this for payments in Africa, we're doing an expanded version of this where you can actually do all your asset management, all your e-commerce portal, all your payments and lending, all from your app. And that's going to bring financial inclusion to the rest of the world. That inclusion will be largely digital, and it will include things like energy efficiency and things like this, because the digital finance aspect of the world is also going to be really affecting the real world value, and also the ability to build infrastructure in different places. So thank you very much.
Michael, thank you very much. So the theme of this summit is navigating the unknown, but what you're saying is that there are some things that are absolutely known, some things that are fairly certain. We're going to see Chinese economic leadership, we're going to see digital assets, we're going to see digitalization of trade finance, CBDCs, the end of SWIFT, and ultimately the demise of the US dollar as the reserve currency. That's a pretty good slate of things. We saw Michael here making the bankers fall out of their chairs. You're making the entire U.S. government falling out of its chair right now. So Maz, let's see who you're going to drop out of their chairs this morning. Our next speaker, ladies and gentlemen, Maz Hussain, is going to talk about intelligent economies. Maz, over to you. A round of applause, please.
Assalamu alaikum. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. So my name is Maz Hussain. It's great to be here. So I think I'd like to just explain why I'm here. I'm a custodian of a business which is called the Digital Lighthouse, which is a center of excellence for data, AI, and emerging technology, and I'm based out in the Middle East, and I work for KPMG. Now, as part of my role there, I've been spending a lot of time in Pakistan hunting for excellent talent to support us in the Middle East, and it's through that work, I've had the great pleasure of working here and really getting involved and leveraging the talent of Saudi Arabia, and it's a phenomenal opportunity for us, but everyone else. And that's why I want to talk a bit about intelligent economies and why they're important. So quick show of hands, I just want to check if the room is awake. Who remembers in the room the era of the mobile first economy? Does anybody remember when we were saying mobile first? There was a lot of technologists in the room last night. I know that a lot of you remember this. Good, you remember mobile first. Good. So then after mobile first, does anybody know what came after mobile first? Anybody can guess? We then went to what was called cloud first. Yeah? See, someone's nodding now saying, yeah, I knew that, but didn't want to take the risk. Take the risk next time, right? The next one is what came after cloud first? Digital first, right? So we're kind of transitioning in the digital first arena at the moment. So what do you think is going to come next? This is your cue. AI, the intelligent economy, or what we'd call AI first world. Now, I think it's safe to say, as we transition or evolve through the digital revolution and emerge into what we're calling the information era, or the AI first world, that the way that AI is used, it's no longer a tool for innovation for people like me servicing our clients. It's actually now shaping the future of every economy, every regulation, and every society. And there's no question about that. Quick question. Who in the room is using ChatGPT? Guys, come on. Right, so keep your hands up, keep your hands up. Right, who in the room is using ChatGPT unashamedly? Good. All right, so who in the room is using ChatGPT every day for everything they do, as if it was their child? Excellent. So guys in the room who've got your hands down, look at the people that are around you that have got their hands up. You need to be like them. There's no question about it. They're getting ahead of you. You want to get into that race. So there's no question that AI is shaping the future. The challenge becomes, how do you ensure that you build and develop AI solutions that are responsible, beneficial for everyone, and ensure that they're inclusive? So tell me, when in history have you seen these people, or this group of people, and I think you're seeing a different screen to me, sorry. We need to match the two screens, apologies. So you're seeing a different set of screens. That's the one. Michael, you played me on the mic. No, you're good, you're good. Okay, we're back. Apologies, guys. Yeah, no, I'm not touching it deliberately. So what you saw a moment ago were our global leaders, which will appear any minute because they're appearing in front of me. The global leaders of the world today are shaping our society. Never before in my history, and I'm sure in your history, have you seen these individuals or these characters rubbing shoulders and discussing politics. However, they've been empowered to architect the future societies that we're going to live in, the regulation that we're going to abide by, and the way we're going to see societies evolve. I'm going to go. So we talked about DeepSeek earlier. Does anybody know why DeepSeek was so radical? Let me just tell you for one moment. ChatGPT, work started in ChatGPT in 2018, and it ran up until 2022, mid-2022, when it was released to the public, and when it was made available to everyone. That took nearly 4.5 years, a huge amount of compute, a huge amount of science and engineering to get that done. Now, what John shared with you earlier is at 1/10 of the cost, or 1/10 of the cost, a lot less compute, a lot less intensity. DeepSeek revolutionized what was thought to be a revolution. Now, we saw that across the economy and the impact that it had. Now, what that done was have a huge impact. There's a delay here in... So the great thing about DeepSeek is it challenged everyone's assumptions around ChatGPT, right? And what it done was, the week before DeepSeek was released, what we had was Microsoft and all the big players, NVIDIA, their stock prices rose considerably in the market. The day DeepSeek was released, it challenged all assumptions and all the stock prices dropped. And it allowed people to imagine what the future might look like with technology. Now I'm going to try this again. Apologies, guys. So DeepSeek was clearly a Sputnik moment, and there's no question about that. So, hands up if anybody knows anything about the humanities last exam. Good. So, humanities last exam is when 50 institutes came together and designed 2,000 questions on any topic known to man. Now, success or good answers to each of the questions are where original thought or new knowledge is created. Now, historically, ChatGPT or any large language model was not able to answer those questions, or up to about 5 to 10% was the best success rate. However, what we found was February this year, that rose to 27%. So if you look at the rate in which the sophistication of a large language model moved from September last year to February this year, you're talking around about 800% growth. At that rate, if ChatGPT and compute is able to solve problems and continue at that pace, you're looking around an 18-month period in which you will reach what we refer to as AGI, Artificial General Intelligence. It's at the point at which computers get as smart, if not smarter, than humans. There's also a Sentinel paper on a similar topic, and it talks about the intelligent explosion. Now, the thing about the intelligent explosion is it references the IQ of an LLM, so a large language model, and at what point it can get as smart as humans. Now, what we're finding is, with the cost of compute coming down, thanks to China and many others, with the more sophistication of engineering and algorithms and the availability of them, and the fact that now we've got agentic AI, which is the ability for our computers to make decisions, so we can program our computes to be able to make decisions for us, and reinforce their learning. We're finding that computers are getting to a point where they're what we're referencing to as intelligent explosion. Now, why is that important to you? The reason that's important to you is, historically, when you go for references, you go to Google, you use ChatGPT. What this is saying is, you can get the knowledge of a PhD on a subject, put it in an agent, and pack it in the side of your phone, right? And then you're able to reference it. So you have knowledge and expertise of PhDs, multiple PhDs, in the palm of your hand. So you're able to access knowledge, access at the pace. So you can imagine me standing up here. It's scary for me, right? So I work in the consulting industry. We are the knowledge industry. So from a knowledge industry perspective, it fundamentally disrupts our market. So in terms of key trends to be aware of as it relates to AI or current trends, one is the rise of AGI. So what we're talking about is obviously DeepSeek, OpenAI, and others racing and investing. Now, I fundamentally believe this is fantastic. With open source, the fact that people can learn fast and evolve, it drives a huge amount of innovation, and it allows us to benefit as the public as a result of the innovation. We've also got big tech and cloud players, huge amount of investment going in from all the players around the world, and that's really pumping out a huge amount of innovation. The really shocking thing is multimodal AI. So the ability to use voice, text, and video in everyday workings. Now, the thing I really like about this is when I need to do anything now, I just talk into my phone, and it can build content for me, give me answers, things. I can record stuff, and it will build it into my presentations. I was talking to someone yesterday, and they said their son took a picture of a maths question and put it to ChatGPT, and it gave him an answer, and the child had done his homework. So we find that people are starting to adopt it. Obviously, the junior generation is much better at this than we are. We've also got decision making. So we are becoming more and more comfortable with machines making decisions for us. And then finally, the war between China and the US, which I think from a technology perspective is fantastic for our economy around the world. So what's the intelligent economy? What we've done is we've collaborated with the World Economic Forum and built what we call the blueprint for intelligent economies. It's where you can use AI for competitiveness through regional collaboration. A renowned academic, Eric, who studies at the intersection of AI and humans, has been talking for a number of years, specifically around productivity and AI. And he believes that with the widespread of AI, his prediction is we will double productivity in the next 10 years through the use of AI. So what does that mean for us? When we built the blueprint is really a mechanism or a framework for leaders like yourselves. So leaders of organizations, enterprises, leaders of startups, leaders of academia, and enterprises to really use it as a framework around what are the things that you need to consider when you're building AI into your enterprise and in the economy as large. So you've got 4 kind of core foundation blocks that everybody needs to think about as a leader. The first is really around the infrastructure, and we talked about infrastructure quite a lot, but having the right infrastructure in place is fundamental. Sustainable infrastructure, connectivity, reliability, having high quality, diverse data sets. So having data sets that are of good quality, set up in a way that you're able to use them. The ability to ensure that you build in trust and responsibility in all the work that you do. So the big challenge with AI at the moment is it's a black box exercise. So how do you ensure you build in the right securities, the right principles, the right transparency? And then finally, thinking about the investments. So how do you bring the right investments in to drive the adoption? So private PPPs, we talked about those earlier, investments through creating regional hubs for AI to drive innovation. All a core part. Now, for me, I believe Pakistan is prime for something like this. They, as leaders within the region, should be thinking about how do I look at this blueprint and think about what are the things that we need to do for Pakistan to leverage AI. So, as you move from the blueprint, there's kind of 3 stages you go through as the evolution of AI is seen at the moment. The first is stage 1. Stage 1 is really around putting AI in the hands of individuals. So similar to what we talked about earlier, getting people to use AI in everything they do, using ChatGPT unashamedly. The second is really around how you embed AI and AI services into your workflows and into your products and services that you currently take into market and using. So how do you improve citizen experience and customer experience using AI? And then finally is starting to think about if you were to rebuild your organization and you had AI at the center, what would that look like and how do you do that in a way that's meaningful? So ensuring that when you're building from scratch, it's with AI and infrastructure in mind. So you have enable, embed, evolve. Now, the challenges sometimes we've seen in this is really, one is people understanding the path to value or where the value exists. Once you understand where the value exists, it's aligning all the people and getting them to buy in, creating the trust around how this is going to work, because the challenge you have in big organizations and in nations is getting everyone to work together. And then finally, ensuring that the right data and technology exists. So as you move and you understand the foundations and you understand the phases that you go through, the last thing is around the layers. There's 3 key layers as you think about your organization or any region. The first is the enterprise layer. The enterprise layer is around setting the strategy, making sure all the functions and the organization is about the right thing, same thing. The second is around the functional layer, so understanding the processes and the workflows and how you embed AI into the work process and workflows within your organization. And the final layer is your foundation. So getting your foundation, which is your technology, which is scalable, your data, which is available to be able to run fast. So in summary, in terms of considerations, ladies and gentlemen, there's kind of three stages that you go through as you think about AI. First is setting your strategy, being very clear. So I've been talking to a lot of organizations and clients, and they want to do a business strategy and they want to do an AI strategy. That's not the way to go, right? You should be, as a nation, as an organization, as a startup, embedding AI from the outset. So you should have one strategy, and it's an AI-enabled strategy. Then you need to be able to build a roadmap which is trusted and ensure that you build trust into it, because the biggest challenge today people have around AI is, where's my data sitting? Is it transparent? What are you going to do with it? So building trust into the system. The final is creating the infrastructure and making the data available. And then finally, the final thing is around building the human potential. So investing in our people to drive or champion the use of technology and AI within the various organizations. So guys, I'm going to speed up very quickly because I've lost a bit of time. So why does this matter for Pakistan? The reason this matters is at the moment, the way I see it, one is obviously the startup ecosystem is phenomenal here and it's starting to grow and we need to continue empowering it. The digital infrastructure, whilst you have challenges in rural areas, there is still an opportunity there in terms of PPPs. You have an increased talent pool, which I think is fantastic and I'd love to take advantage of. But sadly, you have a brain drain on that. Thank you. There is a bit of challenge around data availability, but if the infrastructure can be set up, then you're set up for success. And then you have obviously fantastic initiatives that are going around Digital Pakistan, which are already leading the way and helping us set up. So just some top level numbers. The AI economy is set to be valued at 1.8 trillion by 2030, and the adoption of AI, that it's believed to be $15 trillion by 2030. So for Pakistan, that it's predicted that there's a 60 billion opportunity specifically around the digital economy and a 10% potential of GDP increase through the use of AI in creating the economy. So I think there's a huge amount of opportunity specifically around leveraging the talent that exists here today and using it in the right way, giving them the right infrastructure, giving them the right data, and not just allowing them to I know you can't stop people from leaving, but incentivizing them to stay in one way or another. I'm not going to talk about the industries because everybody in the room will understand that the industries that exist all have a benefit or will benefit hugely from the AI or the generative AI revolution. I think the important thing is you have a great foundation that's been built with NADRA, the fintech ecosystem, and the government digital services. How do you now bolster on top of that infrastructure and continue building and creating opportunities for the people and specifically for the enterprises and startups to thrive? So in summary, I think that the clear opportunity here is how do you make it easy for people to adopt AI? And I think there's a kind of a short, medium, and long-term view that we should have. The first is, in medium term, it's about laying the foundations in the first couple of years. It's around setting the regulation and the ease around data. The second is around creating innovation hubs in all the cities so people can share and innovate across the cities. And the third is really about then investing heavily and partnering potentially with others in the region to be able to have central funds to be able to share resources. And you know, I was talking this morning with one of my colleagues. Wouldn't it be great if we partnered with Saudi Arabia, and Saudi Arabia invested in infrastructure here? In return, they got to, you know, first refusal on the talent. You know, that would be a phenomenal idea. But from my perspective, I think it's a really great opportunity, both for Pakistan, but also for the people receiving the talent from Pakistan, if we can get the right infrastructure to grow. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for listening to me, and thank you, organisers, for the invitation.
Thank you, Michael Foley. Thank you, Professor Michael Singh, and thank you, Maz Hussain, for presenting the books to all our learned three speakers. I want to invite a very dear friend and the Federal Secretary, Mr. Mohyuddin Wani Saab. Please join us here. Yesterday, during my welcome address, I acknowledged his efforts as the Federal Secretary Education. What a tremendous work he worked in Islamabad to uplift all the public schools. Now he is the Federal Secretary for Inter-Provincial Coordination. I also want to invite Fatma Said, the Managing Director of Abacus Consulting, to join us here. Sir, please present the book to our speakers, please. Fatma, please join us. I also want to invite Amr Shahzad, the Chairman of Unity Foods Limited, to please join us here.
Many thanks to our esteemed guests and guests of honor this morning, and again to our speakers this morning. Please, a round of applause for the previous speakers. It was a fascinating opening session this morning, folks. I think you'll agree. You saw Michael Foley talking about how we need to leverage the digital infrastructure in the Pakistan economy by getting more handphones into the hands of the operators. We had Michael Sung talking about how we need to digitalize economies much, much faster, and how AI and China in particular will guide the way our futures are determined. And Maz Hussain also picking up on that theme of the digital economy. Gentlemen, thank you very much. If you would step down from the stage. And we'll get on with our next session, because our next session will continue the theme of digital, and we'll dig into it a little bit more deeply in a conversational format. We've got a panel lined up for you with some very interesting and exciting guests. Let me introduce them and invite them to join us on the stage, if they would, as I speak their names. Burak Oza is the Group Chief Financial Officer of VEON. Please join me on the stage. Brendan McKittrick, CEO, Internet of Aviation and Chairman, Aeroblock. Abdul Hasib is Managing Director of TMC Private Limited. Usman Asif, Founder and CEO of DevSync. Saghib Ahmed Khan, the Country General Manager of GBM. And Asif Ahmed, Group Chief Business Solutions Officer at PTCL Group. And moderating this exciting panel is going to be Saghib Ahmed, the Country Managing Director of SAP, Pakistan, Iraq, Afghanistan, and Bahrain. You'll remember him from yesterday and his very exciting session yesterday. Saghib, over to you, mate. A warm round of applause for our panel, please, folks.
Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. We all are passing through the last panel that would go, just were completed. And I think, let's be very fair, there is a good news and there is a bad news. There is a good news. The technology is going very fast. We are trying to give options on the table which can make the things on a very fast pace. The innovation is going good. The overall impact on the society and the things need to be judged. There is a bad news. We don't know, do we know this technology or not? We don't know which ones to pick up, knowing our configuration of society that is there with the ethical values as well. We don't know where we will end up on the pace of this technology as well. I think very nicely explained in the last presentation was about the mobile first, the cloud first, the AI first, and to be honest, we don't know what is next first that will come in next 1, 2, 3, 4 years. And we are ready for it. We know that this change is going to come and this change is going to come very fast in the system. And I will start this discussion with a very interesting example. My eldest son just graduated from the university and he's got his first job offer 2 days back in America. And he called me and he asked me, hey, I got this job offer. What do you think? And frankly, this was from a company that started its business 3 years back. And it was says as startup data mining corporate starter. So I was not able to judge from the designation where it will end up. And it was not the top 20 or the 50 companies of the world that we judge that if they will get the job in this one, that's where the future will rise there. That's the story that this new generation will face every day. The new things that are coming up is also creating a fear that is that the journey that we as individuals will be able to enable ourselves on. The competition that is coming is from the 22-year-old to the 50-year-old, they are all at the same level because we expect them to use these tools and get these outputs on the same way. What lies ahead, the topic of today, covers all these different aspects. And we have a panel which will definitely go into detail, and everybody on this panel is coming up in a different dimension. So just for the panelists, I will not start left to right. I want you all to be very attentive all the time so that I can pick up on any one of them that we start on. So you will be very ready on each of the questions over here. So let me start, first of all, Asif, with you. You just took over the role of business in PTCL. What are the things that as a business in the business community today and knowing into the technology, the readiness of the Pakistan market with reference to PTCL as well, and what are the business opportunities that knowing the direction of AI, we can pick up to our teams, to our competition, to the people of Pakistan as well. How PTCL is getting ready from that angle to provide these services coming specifically from the AI angle as well.
So thank you very much, Saqib, and thank you, Asfar and team, for inviting me over. So you've caught me by surprise. I thought there are a lot of people before me, so one of them will be the first one, but I take it as it comes. So again, when it comes to PTCL, Saqib, we have a huge legacy. We started serving this country since the very inception, since the country was created, right? So over a period of time, of course, we have been the core supplier of connectivity and collaboration, and as time passed on, we evolved into ourselves into data connectivity and became one of the largest data carrier, both in terms of international traffic as well as domestic traffic. From there, I think the company continued its journey. And now, I'm very proud as I joined the company because as my predecessor used to call, we are the national carrier
of connectivity and data in this country, and we take a lot of pride in that. So I see a great evolution, and from there I'll see and I'll discuss about the opportunities that the country has and the market has to offer. So we evolved ourselves into a prime supplier and service provider of data centers, among, I think, the best of the line quality, high-end tier 3 data centers. From there, we evolved ourselves into cloud and became a major player in cloud service provisioning in the country. From there, we grew ourselves into different services, including intelligent automation, IoT, cybersecurity, and all. And as you very rightly pointed out, and I think the discussion, the topic that everybody likes to discuss these days, which is around artificial intelligence, this is how we also see the market to be evolving. I think a lot of speakers spoke about, yesterday and this morning about the importance and criticality of artificial intelligence. And we at PTCL Group, looking at our customers, their demands, changing market needs, we also see that as a great opportunity, not only for, for the tech industry, but industries across the board. The way artificial intelligence is bringing efficiencies is unheard of. It's unprecedented. I think Maz spoke about humanity's last exam, and you see the kind of evolution and the maturity these large language models have started to exhibit. On the other side, we see with DeepSeek, the cost optimization and a little bit of tweaking when it comes to infrastructure and the algorithms, things have changed. What I see, Saqib, and moving on, the consumption of technology is going to change in a very rapid and a very, critical way, because till date, most of the times it's us, the human beings, using enterprise solutions and technology. But as I see moving forward, it is going to be a combination of us, the human beings, software bots, algorithms, and machines. So the opportunity is great, everything is changing, and I think we all need to be geared up to adapt and embrace the new era of artificial intelligence. Otherwise, we'll be left behind and we'll become obsolete very, very soon. So this is my take, Saqib. So we will get obsolete and we will go very, very soon. That's really a challenge these days. If you see the movies that are bringing in, they are bringing in the robots in our lives more and more. And usually what I see what happens in these movies, they are coming to us in next 5 to 10 years. That's what the history tells us. Now the time will be less for that one. Thank you very much, Asif. Burak was the group CFO of VEON. I think the important part is there's a lot of debate, the role that telecom operators are providing in the system, and then it comes from the software providers that provide, and they take away the money overall from the application side. I always say, I come from the telecom background, and I say how much groundwork is done over here. And there is also now the telecom industry and the banking industry, there is a big merge that is happening in terms of the financial prudence there as well. Where do you think in the next 5 years the telecom industry is going to invest? Is it the AI? It's the infrastructure? It's the licenses? Where the money will go, and how do you see it coming up?
Okay. Can you hear me?
A little bit.
Yeah, I think it's better now. Yeah. So thank you very much. Thank you very much for the invitation. It's my first time in Pakistan. I am new with VEON, 3 months into the job. But VEON with Jazz has been here for 25 years. So I'm sure I'm coming much more to this beautiful country. So coming back to your question, I believe the investment will be in all areas, but the right areas. We need to make sure that we don't jump on the train just because the train has left the station. I mean, Michael, this morning, the first things you heard was that how telecom companies failed in Africa in terms of investing in infrastructure that might be needed, not needed in now, but in the future stages of life. So we need to make sure that we invest smartly by doing the right decisions in terms of due diligence. I believe due diligence is very important here to make sure that we tap the untapped or underserved markets. So if the untapped and underserved markets are within industries like healthcare, financial services, education, that's the areas that we need to tap in and make sure that we create stickiness with the revenues and also with the customers which are available on those markets, and making sure that we create recurring revenue streams, which I believe is very important for a financial health of the company. So going forward, as I said, it will be mostly on the digital space that the telecom companies will invest in. Because infrastructure, to be honest, is a different specialty. And for example, now in Pakistan, we are working with another distinguished corporation, Engro, and we just closed the deal to sell our assets in line with our asset-line strategy as we own. What we are doing is we are kind of transferring those assets to a company who can run it better than us. At the same time, creating value to use that value into investments into sectors like digital, healthcare, as I said. And so the future of telecom industry, as I said, is going to be in those specific sectors with digital services, and we are going to do that. I'm very happy to say, as Jazz now, 20% of our revenue is coming from digital services in Pakistan, which is a flagship in VEON, because when you look at VEON, it's around 12%. So in Jazz, it's more than 20. And thanks to all of you here, which I'm sure using one or other of the Jazz services, and if not, you are not using them, you will be using them very soon, I believe. And the ecosystem and the country that is kind of enabling us to enable that growth.
Well, thank you very much for that one. And of course, I'm personally a Jazz customer, and I think there are 3 customers on this panel from SAP that are part of here as well. I think the most important part over here in terms of telco is, and the people sitting in the room can judge, how many times do we do a mobile call anymore? Either we are doing a WhatsApp call or MSN Messenger call or something. If you think over how much we have shifted on data and how we are using the services, there is already a change that we have brought in. Hardly there is a mobile call that goes on. There was a big revenue that was coming out from the international calls. That has gone in. So something great that the telecom companies are doing is they're shifting completely their strategy to the data. They're not called anymore telecom operators. They are called the data company anymore. So that's the change that they are bringing in, and that's the change that the society is driving towards them as well. Brendan, coming to you overall, and I really liked when I saw you on the panel, because this is not what I have moderated before. You are a CEO of Internet of Aviation Aeroblock there. What is the impact of all this IT transformation, this digital transformation, the worlds of the AIs that we talk about on the aviation industry? How do you see it moving in the next 3 to 5 years, the impact of technology in your specific industry?
Assalamu alaikum. Great to be back in Islamabad again, a place I love very much. So just to give it a little bit of grounding, half the tickets in the world today that are booked online go through software written in the 1960s, right? So there's a legacy problem there to be solved first. And that's one of the things we're doing, is rebuilding the legacy systems, which is the hard part. I worked in machine learning in the 1980s. I worked in blockchain in the early 90s. These technologies have been around for a long time. The scalability of compute power has just managed to reach the levels where we can actually implement them at scale. So these are not necessarily new algorithms. The mathematics behind them is quite old. Having said that, the technology opportunity is absolutely immense, especially for a country like Pakistan, where you have the youth and you have the eagerness and the enthusiasm to learn new technologies. And for folks out there, a laptop and a decent broadband enters you into this global play of new technologies. So the AI, for example, is playing a big role now in prediction with aircraft in terms of maintenance prediction, which saves a lot of money and also plays a big role in safety. And it does it just better than humans. It just takes the amount of data that humans cannot absorb. But you do need humans and still involved in safety in a big way. The other thing is the legacy systems are still there. They are so entangled in old rules and regulations, it's very hard to untangle them. And what also happens is you have the advent of middlemen. This year is the first year in history that airlines will cross the $1 trillion mark of revenue. But they only get 3% in profits. And the reason they get only 3% in profits is because there are so many middlemen who take a slice of the action from that 100%. And one of the reasons for that is the airlines have not learned to collaborate, and they find it difficult to work with competition. Now, blockchain allows airlines to collaborate with smart contracts in ways they've never done before. So the smart contracts, you'll start to see them playing a role in multi-metal bookings and so forth. You also have the likes of digital twins being used in maintenance as well, where we can model aircraft and we know the parts that are on the aircraft. So one of the biggest problems in aviation is bogus parts. And that is a huge safety concern. We all know about the Boeing 737 MAX. What we probably don't know is that there was a huge issue with bogus parts with the 737 MAX. At the same time, they had the issues with performance. And that can be eliminated by a distributed ledger, a global distributed ledger for maintenance and parts across the economy. Another area, for example, we're working with a very large airport. We're at a proposal stage where airports lose 5 to 15% of their revenue just by bad data. It's very hard to believe, but it's actually true. So we're piloting a system where we use a blockchain and a smart contract to have a single pane of truth for both the airline and the airport. So they both agree, it becomes dispute-free, and it also means that we all agree that the aircraft that landed is the actual aircraft, and the number of people on board, and all of the charges, there's 137 charges at an airport, were charged correctly. So that's a big step forward. So a lot of these technologies are only starting to come in, but as I stressed, the legacy systems have to either be replaced or interfaced very smoothly. That's the key issue here.
Some of the very, very important numbers that you gave, overall 1 trillion revenue that you're talking about from the airline agency and only 3% margin. And I think that's where everybody is going into, that how we can take the middleman out and make sure that technology helps them in connecting. So very interesting. You also talked about predictive analysis and predictive sales angles over there as well. To be honest, my wife is sitting over here somewhere in the crowd, and I'm looking for the AI which can predict some of the moods as well, which can help me in my married life as well. So I think we all are looking for that AI tools that help us professionally and personally both ways. Haseeb, coming to you here. Here are some of the customers you heard, PTCL from the aerospace, Jazz, and you are the enabler. You are the ones with Telemarks Consulting providing these services to them. So implementing them, making sure that you are able to provide how the system will go. How do you see these tools? Do we have the right set of resources? Are we trained enough? How this digital ecosystem of Pakistan is ready to do what we all are talking about in terms of AI and other things? Are we ready?
Thank you very much, Saqib. Look, from what we do as TMC, the problem that we were trying to solve was to go in to digitally transform a particular process or service and put an ERP or a solution which used to automate a particular process or a service. So this is what we do as an organization. The question has already changed for us. So now when we are trying to automate a particular service or put a digital sort of an ecosystem to automate a particular service, already we are asking ourselves, can AI chatbot do this? Can we have an AI chatbot provide this particular service instead of a person coming in and interacting with the website or a portal, etc.? So the questions that we were asking has already changed locally for us in that field itself as well. And not just for us, in many industries, whether it is manufacturing, whether it is aerospace, in every industry. So many of the operations that we see which can be very effectively done by AI. It's not a question of efficiency anymore, that if the same operation is to be done using AI, it is going to be more efficient. It is rather the accuracy or the problem that AI can solve cannot be solved otherwise. So we have new fields coming up. I have a few examples to share. Already in textile sector, we have AI-based quality checks that is quality checking everything. Our customers in
textile manufacturing as an example, are sending out video sales letters generated from AI in those, AI-based generated avatars are wearing their clothes and are being modeling in those video sales letters that they are sending across their customers as well. We have many in every industry. In poultry, we have these AI-based imaging and sensing, which senses that how the production is going to go forward. We have cameras now on the shop floors in Pakistan, where people are monitoring their sales force, if somebody is working, how efficiently they are working, what they are working on, so on and so forth. So AI, in terms of its usage locally in manufacturing industry, is already being adapted for a single reason. It brings efficiency and it solves problems which were not solved earlier per se, in a better way. Now, in terms of skills, again, as they say that the skill set that is going to be required for AI is going to very drastically and quickly change. We are going to require perhaps more problem thinkers, more problem solvers and critical thinkers than, let's say, coders. So I think in the skills that we produce today in our education system, what we need is the ability of our students to solve problems by using AI and by using the latest tech and advancements in AI, so that we are able to put those to create that effective workforce which can solve problems of tomorrow. I think that is one of the key things that we do. What we also need to be looking at is at our workplaces as well. So there is one thing, the new skill that we need to create, and then at our workplaces as well, we need to effectively and quickly upskill people with AI, with some of the very basic things that can be achieved with AI very, very quickly, that need to be adopted, and workforce need to be upskilled across our organizations as well, across all sectors. And I think from an adoptability and from a localization standpoint as well, what we used to see was that we, people now in West interacts with systems with Siri, with Google, with ChatGPT in natural language. And I think with AI, what is coming up very, very fast is AI and natural language being available in all the local languages as well. So you'll very soon see this as well, that a person from Multan speaking in Saraiki with an AI bot and asking what needs to be asked and the problem what needs to be resolved with an AI agent. So that is how fast AI is coming and is going to be adopted locally as well.
So good points, Asif. First, I think the first part of the question answers. There is a lot of work in the industry in Pakistan going on AI. So we are not just talking. It's actually getting implemented in the manufacturing industry in Pakistan today. And that's important to acknowledge that we are already on that path in the industry in Pakistan at this point of time. The most important part is the second one that Asif, that you very rightfully explained, is the skill development. And the skill development is not part and responsibility only one person or one institution today. It starts from the educational institution, it comes to the corporate firm that is working, and it comes to the customers as well, how they have to make sure they get the right skill developed in the employees or in the students that are coming in. We cannot put it only on one. We all have to take this responsibility today. Otherwise, we will be lacking behind. And the major thing in Pakistan that we have is the resource. And if we will not get this resource ready on the skill development, we will fail on that portion. So we need to take that responsibility. Thank you very much, Asif, for putting it over there. Usman, coming to you over here, being the CEO of a growing tech company over here, do we have good enough resources which can take over this innovation world that we are talking about in the global level? The competition is not anymore what we do and achieve in Pakistan. It's a global dimension that we are working on at this point of time. And how do you see this as tech company, the Pakistani companies are ready to take this challenge of this global innovation? Where do we stand?
Thank you so much. That's a very, very good question. And I think we all need to understand one thing about this whole new paradigm of AI is that it's less of a tech problem, but more of a upskill problem. Right? So any company would want to be relevant in this paradigm. So DevZing grew very fast. And I asked myself that what was the core reason of it? And it comes down to the core factor that we wanted to enable our clients in technology, using technology. And if our client is telling us that, okay, this is the new technology that they need for them to do better in manufacturing or hospitality or whatever industry they are from, I think we are too late. Right? So we need to enable our own engineers to think ahead of the curve. Yeah. But now the curve is AI, right? And the curve is going very, very fast. How can we unlock this problem? We all understand that in this new world, questions are not, answers are not important. It's the question that matters, And it is not the CVs or the 30 years of experience or the university tag that matters anymore. What matters is that do you have the problem solving skills or the creativity to stay ahead? I think with every new curve that is out there, it comes down to whether you get a chance to work on enough problems or not. So if we can enable our students, our resources, no matter if it's DevZing, I'll take Saqib to next level where we're not just talking about DevZing, we're talking about universities or as a nation in Pakistan, that if we want to become a tech destination, we need to enable our students on actual problems with actual data. The more they're able to solve it, the more it'll change their mindset in terms of don't think code first, think AI first, right? And it will come down to, and the way DevZinc is doing is what we are doing is we are talking to our clients, we are telling them that how about you use this AI tool for your own enablement, right? So we are pushing AI to them rather than they coming to us. And it's a double-ended sword where they are now getting ahead of the curve in their own sector by the use of AI, but our engineers are now trained. They're getting the chance to solve the problems, right? So the more problems and our engineers are solving, they'll be able to upskill themselves. That's the only way.
Thank you very much, Usman. And that's also one of the key lines of today. We need to know what to ask for from AI. It's not many more about the answer. It's about the prompt that we ask. And I think the second point that he very well highlighted, we need to work on the problem statements. Gone were the days when we have standard KPIs and standard solutions for our companies and we will say, take this solution and we will change the world. No. The customer will come up with a problem statement which they are facing in their industry, with their segment, and we need to provide the solution of that problem statement with the tools that are present over here there as well. That's a change in the way that we are working. And thank you, Usman, for highlighting it, because the earlier we adopt this change, the better it is for us as well. I put my namesake, Saqib Ahmed, to the end of this first round. Saqib, you are coming from the infrastructure side. Man, you guys have challenges. The cloud is taking on everything. The infrastructure is being shifted to the data centers. The overall technology trend is being taken on by the IT companies who owns the end-to-end contracts. What are the challenges that you feel and what are the way ahead for the infrastructure domain to get this business growing in Pakistan and overall in the region as well?
Thank you. First of all, thank you, Saqib, for moderating this session and for asking such pertinent questions. Also, thank you, Nutshell and Asfar, for having me here. It's an honor to be among these such distinguished speakers. Before I answer to your question, I wanted to relate a story about the topic, the navigating the unknown. This reminded me, and also the topic of this panel discussion, what matters now. It reminded me of the story Alice in Wonderland by Lewis Carroll. So Alice also apparently was navigating the unknown. She came to a fork in a road and she saw a Cheshire cat in a tree, and she asked the cat, which road should I take? The cat asked, where do you want to go? And Alice said, I don't know. So the cat said, if you don't know where you want to go, it doesn't matter which road you take. Now, in one way or the other, we are all trying to answer this question, where and which road to take. On the topic of on what you asked, so we all have priorities, and we see the priorities are shifting slowly, gradually. On we see that the trends are moving over the years. We are slowly, gradually, but especially during the last 5 years, we have seen things of shift from the discussion of infrastructure to business impact. I'll divide the question into two on the priorities we see in the industry and priorities we see in the government sector. Thank you. Thanks. Although there are overlapping, they overlap each other in sometimes, but there are some distinct focuses. For example, we see more and more that and I'm talking about GBM as the regional player along with IBM. We see, for example, hyper-personalized customer experience at every touch point being talked about nowadays. We see workforce upskilling and reskilling to enable the talent for the digital world. And we see cybersecurity and data privacy while complying with the regulations such as GDPR, and then smart automation, so such as for intelligent workflows. These are the industry ones, and then there are the government priorities. We see the moving in from infrastructure into requirements for example, public services, for citizen-centric public services, and we see smart cities for a sustained, efficient urban living. We see cyber terrorism as another topic that is being discussed these days, to secure critical infrastructure.
Fair enough. Yeah.
And then also digital inclusion and accessibility for the rural areas. So this is again, these are all the topics that are being discussed these days. Instead of, so that's the shift we see these days.
Thank you very much, Saqib. And I think you rightfully pointed out on the challenges front. Gentlemen, you can see on the screen we have 20 minutes more, which leaves us with 3 minutes each for you for response. And it will be direct and rapid fire. I will start with you over here. Vion Group has invested heavily, and it's a great honor for us as a country that you have put your headquarters over here. You are investing like heavily in Pakistan. What are some of the other steps that you want us as Pakistan to do for you and other investors, which can help you get more investment in Pakistan, and how do you see that you can grow that business in Pakistan as well? Because we feel you are one of those which has trusted us and which is helping us to grow. What should we do more?
Thank you. Thank you for the question. I mean, yes, we have moved our headquarters from Amsterdam to Dubai just to become closer to our markets. Because, for example, I was on the flight Sunday morning at 3 a.m. and I was in the office at 7:30 a.m. here, working for the full day. So that made us very much connected to our markets, and that's what we like to do. And definitely, Vion Group, as you said, has invested close to $11 billion in Pakistan so far. So, and we intend to continue that, definitely. We intend to continue that with digital products, as I said, and making the Pakistan economy and people much more digitally literate in terms of giving services like Tap Pay. So we have Tap Pay right now, which is enabling 500,000 plus SMEs to run their businesses day to day by getting payments. So we will invest in those areas, which will make sure the Pakistan economy grows. In return, I'm not saying we want, and by the way, I would like to commend Pakistan government for the last 1 year. Whatever they've been doing, and even more, is creating and fostering an investment environment here, which is very open and honest, and we could go and touch our counterparts in the government and kind of build win-win strategies, both for the government and for our company, in order to grow this digital ecosystem and also the payment system. So We just want the continuation of what has been happening the last 2 or 3 years in Pakistan in terms of creating a stable environment, economy, and having these open dialogues to create a win-win situation.
So is there anything, because we want other foreign investors to make sure that they become part of this journey as well. What are your key messages if you have to be an ambassador for Pakistan, for the foreign investment to get over here? What will be the 3 things that you tell them that is the best that work over here?
The 3 things that I would tell them, first one is population. Definitely population is key. And the second one, what Pakistan has to do is to invest more in stock market and have more of their companies opening into global stock markets. I mean, that's very important for global investors to catch an eye on Pakistan. What we are doing, for example, now we are opening our Kyivstar, which is our Ukrainian company, in Nasdaq stock market. So why not going forward to do the same similar thing for Jazz? That would create a fostering environment and recognition in Nasdaq with US investors in terms of Pakistan. So these are the things. I mean, Pakistan needs to kind of have companies that grow out of Pakistan for investors to come in, and us as international companies needs to foster that.
I think very, very valid point. We need more companies to be on the global map. And that's important for us to be much more visible in this that we are talking about. Today, and very nicely put in, I think if we get Vion, like the company like Vion, talking about what we can get from Pakistan, I think we need to be step ahead and notch ahead on this one. Thank you very much. Brendan, in the last discussion, the first question, you talked about a little bit blockchain and what is the impact that it can come on the aviation industry and how we can change. Can you a little bit elaborate more what blockchain can do for the aviation industry and how we can take benefit out of that?
Sure. Blockchain allows competitors to collaborate. And this is a game changer because it allows them to operate in economic environments and infrastructures without middlemen. Now, this is already happening in the bank. You see the disintermediation. You can see the fractionalization, the tokenization, and you're starting to see that in aviation very, very slowly. There are companies out there who, in the old world, would be our competitors, companies like TravelX, who are issuing NFTs for tickets. And you can transfer that NFT between wallets, and that transfers the ticket ownership. So we collaborate, what we call it is collaboration. So there's folks called Camino, and they're building a blockchain for travel. And what they have is the traveler's journey is documented on a single distributed ledger. So there's a collaboration between the airlines, the hotels, the electric scooters. Anyone who wants to play can collaborate. We're also doing that for cargo, so that all the folks out there say, where's my cargo? You know, you have a single spine that carries all that data. Just to give it into a context maybe to Pakistan, one of the things we're doing is we've built a concept called Aero Hub, and we're going to bring that to countries that we feel could benefit and people could get involved in the industry. And the idea is to give opportunity. I was lucky enough to go to a school in Ireland that had the first computer in Europe. And I was growing up in a very rural place with cows, milk, ghee, all of that, butter. And next thing, there was this strange machine in the room in the late 70s, early 80s. And from that class, the national head of cybersecurity, one of the guys won the Young Scientist of the Year of Europe. It was opportunity met ambition. So with AeroHub, what we're doing is we're setting up these labs. Hopefully, maybe the next time we are at this conference, I can announce one in Pakistan.
Oh, that's
the AeroHub lab is to give an opportunity to kids to come in, play in the space, and to own the IP. Now that's all blockchain based, so they can come in and interface to the legacy systems, so build systems really quickly without having to have this huge knowledge and experience and connectivity. So they could build a loyalty system with tokens, for example. That could be built in Pakistan and owned by the innovators themselves.
Have you interacted with any startups in Pakistan in terms of how do you see any of the Pakistani startups can help you in your journeys that you are talking about?
Yeah, last year I did a look at the startup space around cargo and local delivery. And there was a couple of success stories there, all right. And obviously living in Dubai, we all know who started Kareem. That was a Pakistani innovator, and he's brought a lot of that wealth and experience back into Pakistan. So that's the kind of model we want to do. And of course, for those of you who weren't here yesterday, I was the one who asked the Supreme Court Justice to help me get a Pakistani passport because I love this country and I fell in love with a lovely Pakistani lady from Karachi. So I think the potential here is absolutely enormous. I'm conscious of the time, but it's
I'm pretty
absolutely
sure you
enormous.
will get the passport now.
Inshallah, inshallah.
Asif, coming to you. We see PTCL and Jazz as one of the companies that provide us the infrastructure, that provide us overall the solutions that can help in our day. What are the 3 innovative big solutions that you feel as PTCL can help the Pakistan market to grow in the innovation journey? What are the options on the table for us?
All right, thank you very much, Saqib. So, I mean, the list is long. I'll try and pick up 3. So it all starts, we have to look at the whole stack, right? So when it comes to digitalization or using technology, we need to have certain prerequisites, right? So starting and looking at the prerequisites, I think there's a lot of space when it comes to connectivity, both how we connect internationally and our fiberization within the country. On top of that comes your data centers. On top of your data centers comes your solutions. I think the first opportunity that I'll pick up when it comes to selecting 3, I would say the platform that we're going to choose for future is going to be extremely important. And I'm, of course, referring to, platforms that can help us optimize, with optimized usage of resources. I mean, we all know of DeepSeek. The success, one of the factors when it comes to success of DeepSeek is how optimally they utilize the infrastructure and how optimally or optimization that they brought into their models. So I think platform is kind of very important. We need to be very careful when we choose the right platform. On top of the platform, I think 2 things which become extremely important, Saqib. One is, of course, understanding how the emerging technologies, especially like 5G, quantum computing from the future, cybersecurity, and artificial intelligence are going to work together. In every solution, in everything, and this is for general audience as well, that we're picking up, we need to keep in mind that these technologies are changing very, very rapidly. So we need to keep up our pace and pick up the right set of technologies while keeping in mind, for example, 5 years from today or 4 years from today, because these investments are large investments, right? So customers, countries, communities, governments, when they invest, there has to be a time period for which they want the solution to keep serving. We need to keep in mind that there are very interesting, very disruptive technologies on the horizon, right? So we need to keep that in mind and design our systems accordingly. So it's set of emerging technologies that I would say is the second thing that we need to pick up. And the third thing is we need to understand that now every function is transforming. Every function in an enterprise is adapting technology. So we cannot work in silos. We need to understand how the whole framework is going to look like. So in our language of technology, I'm referring to enterprise architectures. We got to be very cautious of picking up the right enterprise architecture and design things in a way that's going to fulfill the needs of various functions within the organization. So these are the 3 things, Saqib, that I'll pick up.
Platform enabling technologies, and I think the other important factor is how we can get our resource pool to be ready to use this technology. I will again say, we are talking a lot about technology. At the end of the day, it's the user that has to use this technology to get the required output that we need. And to be honest, the people are still fearful. They have 20 years in the job and they are fearful. Will they be able to learn the tool? Will they be able to get that output? We need to give this confidence to the people and train them out over there. I think that's really important, and this is valid for all the technologies and all the segments that we talk today.
Saqib, I would rather want to add one more thing, and you touched upon a very important aspect that I spoke about in my earlier response. It is that the users of these technologies it's not going to be only human resource. I said it before, I'll repeat myself. It is going to be, and it's already has started to change, right? So we see autonomous bots doing a lot of work for which we needed human resource in just 2 years ago, right? Similarly, machine to machine is something on the horizon that's going to take over a lot of workload. And algorithms are going to be extremely critical,
and we can go into the details, but right now I will try and avoid it. But for everyone's consumption, I think the CEO of future would describe their organization not only in terms of human resource. An SME CEO would probably describe his or her organization as 300 persons, 20 algorithms, and 17 bots working for them. This is going to be the organization of future, and we got to be ready for that. Absolutely, and for the people that will be replaced by these bots or something, we need to make sure that we get the right jobs, enablement, and skills for them as well. That's absolutely right. Usman, coming to you. You are providing solutions to the global market. What are the global market asks the digital requirements that the global market asks that our team should be ready about? What are their requirements? What they ask us that in order to be part of that global competition, what should be ready in a technical organization at this point of time, the technology organization? What are the requirements?
So usually what we have seen in general, nowadays there is a huge surge of demand in technology, but three core areas where we've seen a whole lot of demand. One is digital transformation, right? So you cannot do anything with AI if you don't capture all the instances, you don't have the data points. And so digital transformation is something which we are seeing a huge demand. And then second, AI itself, where our clients are now asking for a lot of LLMs, agents, and they are becoming technical itself. They are actually asking us to upskill their own workers too, right? And the third thing, I think, which is probably my bet on the future, if somebody is graduating today, people ask me that let's suppose if I'm taking a degree today, which degree you think will be relevant in the next 5 years, right? And that will be cybersecurity, right? So all the data online, it will create a lot of threats, right? So, and it doesn't matter whether that bank is in Pakistan or in the US. It's a digital retail store in Amsterdam or wherever, right? It's exposed to the same level of threats. So cybersecurity, we are seeing a lot of surge in demand right now, but we are expecting that this is going to go up.
Digital transformation, AI, cybersecurity.
Yeah.
Haseeb has a different question to you earlier before this comment, but I have a totally new question now, which is based and connected to this one. If you have to ask the educational institution of Pakistan today that in order to provide that digital transformation journey to the customers in Pakistan, what are the three things or skills that you want these educational institutions to provide you so that you don't need to do another extra effort on them? What are the things that they should be ready when they graduate?
I think the first one I'll second on what Usman said earlier. Giving students real life problems, even if it's in a simulation setting as well. So what we used to call case study based learning, etc. So I think that is one thing that we need to provide as a skill to the students, and we need in with our students as well, that universities need to provide to industry. That is number one. Number two, education is going to be very personalized as per the student as well. So critical thinking, the ability to ask the right questions and to solve problem. Innovation is not just tech innovation or innovating new things, is also how we work, how we optimize, how we improve ourselves, etc. as well. So the ability to innovate on multiple dimensions. So that is, I think, the second key thing that I like the students to have as well in the upcoming workforce as well. Now, in terms of specifically tech, from a technology standpoint, the AI bot which can code better than the top 200 developers globally who are there. So that is how good the coding bots are. So just to highlight that what is going out of picture. What is going to take that particular space is, from a technology standpoint, the AI, the data scientists, not the AI part of it, but the non-AI part of it as well, that is still required. So we need our engineers and scientists who can invent and expand the boundaries on the emerging tech further. So the research side of AI, I think that is what we need in the industry more and more, because that is what our tech companies is going to be selling 4 or 5 years from now to the global stage.
If I have to summarize, and it's important wherever we are, in whichever role that we are in this room, that how we connect to the skill development portion that is being highlighted by one of the companies that are providing these services in Pakistan, and that the more important is practical problems and solutions to be taught within the university. Give the practical industry problem and solution. Maybe we spend more time. We spend, instead of our last year program or last year final project, we start doing it in the last 2 years so that they get enabled to that one. I think very rightfully pointed out. The second important part is, even if you are an engineer, if you are a CA, if you are something computer science or something, critical thinking is the one, and how to pick up that question is the key. So we universities wants to kill that angle, how they generate that critical thinking angle within the student. That is very, very important. And third important angle is, you may be having commerce, you may be having home economics, you may be having something taught the AI angle in your industry within the university. So when the students come in, they are knowing the base. That is important, and that's really, really important. Thank you very much, Asif, for highlighting it, because if we have to get well for Pakistan and deliver, the chain has to work from the student to the institution, going to the industry, and then going the output to the global world. If any of that chain is not providing its input, it will not happen. Saqib, we have 1 minute and 3 seconds for your last questions. How you are able to change the infrastructure discussion to the business discussion? Previously, we used to know Dell, IBM, overall, we go them, we want the hardware from them, but that was a very infrastructure-led discussion. How you are able to change that to the business discussion as of today?
Okay, thank you, and I'll be very, very quick on this. So, Saqib, I think this discussion has already changed. And I'll give you brief names. You know, for example, we are talking about IBM Watson for customer service and risk modeling. We're talking about IBM Maximo for enterprise asset management, and Open Pages for governance, risk, and compliance. We're talking about storage defender type of technologies for storage resiliency, and hybrid cloud for on-prem, integrating on-prem and multiple clouds. So it has already changed, and changing, and if the scenario is different now. We are just final remarks that digital transformation is not really about adopting technologies. It's about creating real measurable value for people, businesses, and society. So, and as someone said, that future belongs to those who align innovation with purpose. So, thank you.
Future belongs to those that aligns innovation with purpose. And what is the purpose today, ladies and gentlemen? We come to the end of this session, and the session was about what lies ahead. And to be honest, as Pakistanis, we need to define our own destiny. We need to own our own problems. We need to be clear what is our responsibility on this chain that can get that end result which matters for us. At the end of the day, today, whatever tariffs Trump is pushing in, he's trying to do the best for America. And the most important thing for us is what we have to do for ourselves. We have an identity, we are a country, we have a number of people that matters, and very importantly, all of us has a role to play. Don't put it on the government only. Don't put it on some people that you feel are responsible. If each of us are doing the role that are required from us, other than our job that we are giving back to the system and to the society, that's the only thing that will matter at the end of the day. We may not be there, and we may be there to see what the change that we can bring in, but at the end of the day, this country has to stay and this country has to prosper in the best possible way, and we need to be the enablers that can make this country to the best possible way. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, be part of this panel as well.
Saqib, thank you very much indeed, and panel, thank you very much indeed for that. We started this morning talking about conceptual, high-level ideas about the trajectory of digital interactions, and now we've ended the morning session with real-time, real-life, on-the-ground practitioners talking about their insights in how this stuff is affecting business and thinking. So thank you, gentlemen, for that. Could I ask you to remain seated for just a moment, because we are going to bring on our next guest first to give her presentation. Her time, unfortunately, is limited, and when she is done, she will present you with your souvenirs. But before that, we're going to invite onto the stage the High Commissioner of the UK in Pakistan, Her Excellency Jane Marriott, will join us to give a presentation.
Thank you very much. I know you're probably desperate to get to your teas and coffees, but more importantly to network, because this is one of the incredible benefits of an event like this. It's got such high quality speakers, as you've just been hearing, such high quality leaders, CEOs, dignitaries in the room, that you both want to listen and absorb to what is happening on the stage, but also catch those people at the tea breaks, because it's during those tea breaks that the deals get done, that the ideas get exchanged, that thing you were germinating or that regulatory contact that you needed to make can all happen. So I do not want to eat into the power of the tea break too much, but I'm very grateful for you allowing me to speak here today. As I say, I'm utterly, utterly delighted to be here. So my name is Jane Marriott. I'm the UK High Commissioner. And I wanted to talk to you a little bit today about what is going on in the UK, not in general political terms, you'll be delighted to know, but a little bit more in business terms. In March, the Foreign Secretary, David Lammy, gave the keynote speech at the British Chamber of Commerce Driving International Trade Conference in the City of London. So just before all of some of the recent tariff challenges that we have been discussing. He was proud to say that the UK is the world's largest net exporter of financial services, the second largest exporter of professional and business services, and the third largest exporter of the creative industries. Our trade is worth almost 2/3 of our GDP in the UK, and we remain committed to staying an open, globally connected economy, including with our friends here in Pakistan and from across the world who've joined us here today. You may have also heard our Prime Minister, Keir Starmer, say a number of times that the number one mission for the UK government is delivering growth, to restore stability, to increase investment and reform our economy to drive prosperity. And a big part of that mission is to create opportunities for mutual growth with bilateral partners and dispel some misconceptions. We believe that mutual growth and prosperity between the UK and Pakistan are two sides of the same coin and can be achieved through our growing trade and investment links, as well as our incredibly strong people-to-people collections, of which you are aware. Our current bilateral trade is only £4.4 billion. That can be so much more. I did say to my team when I arrived, what would it take to triple that trade? What would it take to hit the 10 billion, the 15 billion bilateral trade between our two countries in pound terms, pound sterling terms? They gave me a very long answer, which basically said it's very hard, High Commissioner, but we're trying very, very hard. But we should be able to do things like this. There's currently 1.6 million people of Pakistani heritage in the UK, and over 500,000 journeys between our two countries every single year. That is not 500,000 people, that's quite a lot of you, quite a lot of us, me, racking up air miles as we go between those two countries and keep making and consolidating those links. The UK believes there is significant potential for greater trade and investment, as I said, driven by Pakistan's large youthful population, its strong entrepreneurial foundations, its location at the centre of global trade routes, more important now than ever, and its incredible natural resources. No wonder then that with some policy reforms in place, the World Bank estimates that Pakistan's economy could grow fivefold to $2 trillion by 2047. Pakistan's commitment to realising this potential is also increasingly evident. The economy has been stabilised, as shown by the positive statements and staff-level agreement reached with the IMF on its first review and the ongoing EFF programme. The upgrading by Fitch of Pakistan's credit rating to B- is also an acknowledgement of Pakistan's strong and persistent efforts in this field. And I personally have been delighted when meeting with the Prime Minister and others as part of the technical assistance and technical support we are giving to Pakistan, of the personal commitment at the highest levels for making some of those tough choices and delivering those tough results. Ladies and gentlemen, let me assure you, although I hope you would not need any assurance, that the UK is a long-term partner to support Pakistan to achieve its potential. Are we doing this out of pure altruism? No, not really. we think you're a great country to work with. We think you're a great country to trade with. We think there is incredible opportunity. We see your success as also impacting positively on our success. And UK support for your success is concentrated around 4 key channels, which I just want to touch on briefly today. First, we know that business and the private sector development have a key role to play, and the UK is here for the long term as a trade and investment partner for Pakistan's businesses. We're proud to be one of Pakistan's largest sources of foreign direct investment, according to the SBP's most recent figures. Over 200 British companies operate and invest here, from small and medium-sized enterprises to the large multinationals who are your household names, with the 5 largest contributing 1% to Pakistan's GDP. But like most frontier markets, a strong risk appetite is needed to do business here, and those that take the long view do fare better. And that's why the reform journey I just mentioned, that the government, that Pakistan is undertaking, is so crucial to Pakistan's long-term fortunes, and one on which Pakistan and its government must stay the course. Providing policy stability and predictability will help shape our respective growth trajectories and improve Pakistan's reputation as a new place to do business. Our trading relationship is also highly valuable and predictable thanks to the UK's Developed Countries Trading Scheme. We know where we stand with each other on tariffs, and that is not changing. The scheme provides long-term preferential access to the UK market without asking for any trade concessions in return. Because, as I say, we believe in the growth potential of the bilateral trade relationship. In time, Pakistan's economy will graduate out of this category, and we will come to a different sort of trading relationship. But for now, this is the one that we've got to help benefit Pakistan, to help benefit the UK, to help benefit the world. And this is why we're working to invest and deepen our trade relationship, to strategically grow exports, to attract investment, to address business environment ideas, and to identify market access opportunities and barriers with which we can work with you to overcome, all in ways that benefit both our countries. The UK government has helped British businesses win over £250 million worth of business here in the last 3 years in areas where we've been traditionally strong: healthcare, education, and engineering. But whether it's ensuring the supply of life-saving drugs and driving innovations in healthcare, or providing Pakistani students with access to UK degrees via transnational education from our leading universities that they can take here in Pakistan, or master planning new smart cities and delivering efficiencies in the energy sector, we're all keen to combine world-leading British expertise with Pakistani vision, capability, and hard work. We're also seeing UK business interest in emerging growth areas such as mining and professional services. For example, the VAIR Group is providing industry-leading, energy-efficient, sustainable solutions to the Reko Diq project. We also look at broader UK support around technical assistance, DFIs, and climate. So as a second aspect of UK support to Pakistan's economic potential, the UK government is committed to maintaining a long-term technical support to Pakistan's ongoing economic reforms. And over the many years here, we've provided this technical assistance to support Pakistan and macro-fiscal stability and a better business environment. So our $45 million program, Revenue Mobilization, Investment and Trade, known as REMIT to some of you, plays a key role here in supporting the government of Pakistan's objective on macroeconomic stability and improving the economic environment for high, sustained and inclusive growth. And this program is specifically focused on improving the investment climate, something very dear to all of your hearts here today, with flagship initiatives including investment climate reform packages being developed to the new energy policy vehicle and support to develop and implement the government of Pakistan's economic transformation agenda. We are, for example, funding a study on intellectual property, working towards a system where infringement is effectively deterred by stronger laws and regulations, and counterfeiting issues are dealt with swiftly, leading to more confidence in the Pakistan market. Like many of these things, it's easy to do the study, it's easy to do the legislation, the hard part is the implementation, but we have to start on that journey somewhere, and I know that many of you have raised challenges around IP as issues in your revenue mobilization. So this study in time will seek to promote policy dialogue and share best practice in IP legal protection, regulation and IP administration. There are currently significant losses at play in the system for the UK, other international investors, and also here in Pakistan, including a 20% loss of sales revenue due to ineffective IPR implementation. This matters to all of us, but it also matters to the exchequer and to that tax revenue. So it's a small thing that has a disproportionately significant potential around development of IP. Our third pillar in the UK is around development finance. We're a key player here in this space. The UK is helping to crowd in private finance for clean energy and climate adaptation and to improve access to finance for SMEs. British international investment alone, so the UK's, what used to be CDC, the UK's investment wing, has committed over $500 million in Pakistan, focusing mainly on renewable energy projects, supporting nearly 30,000 jobs and helping provide nearly 500 megawatts of clean energy through wind and solar to over 1 million Pakistanis. We've supported financial institutions over the past decade, actively contributing to the creation of key financial institutions, including Karamdaz, Infrazameen, Pakistan Microfinance Investment Company, and Parvez Financial Services. And these are great. These are all Pakistani-led, and that's how they should be. And then every now and then I'm kind of like, could we have a tiny bit of credit because we did help do this, because this is how committed the UK is to Pakistan. Because through these initiatives, we've helped facilitate job creation as well as expanding access to SMEs. And finally, the UK is unlocking climate financing for Pakistan through our $120 million Climate Investment Fund for Pakistan. This fund was launched last year and aims to mobilise private investment, that's quite a few of you in this room, into adaptation and mitigation projects. We all know that the number one challenge in the globe, yes, cost of living, yes, wars raging, yes, challenges around representation, but actually climate change is the thing that is going to come and get us while we're all busily focusing on the micro issues of today. So focusing on that adaptation and resilience is going to be absolutely key to Pakistan's future, which is one of the most vulnerable countries to climate change in the world. Not Pakistan's fault, but it is nonetheless going to be one of its greater victims unless we mobilise private sector finance into adaptation and resilience. And this includes recent UK support to list Pakistan's first green action bond, development of the green taxonomy, green banking guidelines, and the application of climate risk quantification. In particular, we did a study around the costs of inaction, which I hope some of you may have heard about. So what happens if Pakistan doesn't take action on climate? The answers are really quite scary. About half of the current land will not be suitable for agriculture, and it will be pretty hard to keep any livestock here by 2050 if adaptation is not done. And if those figures don't keep you awake at night, then I want to see your doctor and know what you're taking to sleep that soundly when you should all be focusing on what we're doing on this. So in conclusion, the UK is committed to supporting Pakistan's economic growth ambitions in a way that promotes mutual growth, in a way that promotes trade and investment, and that increases UK business engagement with the country. Supporting Pakistan's economic growth requires commitment to economic reform and improvements to the business environment. These are not new concepts to any of you. You've been talking about it for the last day. But the success of businesses requires not just business acumen and innovation, but also a stable macroeconomic environment and a favourable business environment. So we're pleased to see Pakistan making some progress along that front, and we hope that Pakistan continues that journey, and we will stand by Pakistan as it makes that journey. Finally, I'd like to say a congratulations and thanks to the event organisers and all partners involved in organising this wonderful, amazing conference here tonight. Leaders in Islamabad, but leaders from all over the place. I've already run into people from Egypt, from London, as well as all other parts of Karachi. And a thank you to my friend Mohammed Ahsan to bring us all together. So thank you, my friend. Have a good break. Thank you, everybody.
And thank you, High Commissioner. I know you are urgently needing to get away from it, but could we crave your indulgence for a moment or two? We'd like to ask if you would make the ceremonial presentations to our panel this morning, and then you can be off. Can I also invite onto the stage to participate in this Fatima Asad Sai? Please join us on the stage. She's the Chief Executive Officer of Abacus. And also from Nutshell, Asfar, onto the stage, please. Also, Rabia Ahmed. And also Amir Shahzad, please join us on the stage. as well as Usman Yusuf from Nutshell. Please join us on the stage and we'll perform the ceremonial handover. There's a number of books to be handed over here. So, Your Excellency, I'll just read out the names of the individuals as you perform that ceremony after the photo session. Right, shall we start the presentation session with our individual guests? Let's begin with Burak Oza, the Group Chief Financial Officer of VEON. Thank you very much. Brendan McKittrick, CEO, Internet of Aviation and Chairman, Aeroblock. Thank you very much. Abdul Hasib, Managing Director of TMC Private Limited. Usman Asif, the founder and CEO of DevSync. Sagib Ahmed Khan, Country General Manager, GBM. And Asif Ahmed, Group Chief Business Solutions Officer at PTCL Group. And Your Excellency, we have also a souvenir for you to be presented to you by Fatima Asad Said, the Chief Executive Officer at Abacus. Fantastic. And with that, Your Excellency, you may depart for your business. Thank you once again for your attendance here and for your participation. It's been an honor. Ladies and gentlemen, please, a round of applause not only for Her Excellency, but also for the previous panelists. And that, ladies and gentlemen, concludes the morning session. Let's head into the networking and tea break and get a little bit of refreshment and a little bit of conversation. When we come back, we will be addressing the rather intriguingly titled idea of the Symphony of Ecosystems. So we'll see you back here in about 15 minutes.
In the symphony of life, change is the only constant, weaving a tapestry of evolving realities. We stand at the forefront, challenging the impossible, connecting you to a world of passion and binding you to your own happiness. We are the architects of transformative change, and our medium is something fundamental. Food, more than sustenance, is an emotion, a promise for better nutrition. From humble beginnings with simple grains to leading sustainable agriculture practices, we've evolved, matching the relentless pace of progress. Our commitment shines through to state-of-the-art factories producing 190 plus high-quality products under our flagship brands, Sunrich Foods and Good Goodies. Embark on this journey with Unity Foods, where Pakistan's first pizza mill with Swiss technology transforms every grain into the purest flour, fortified with essential nutrients. Sunrich products are more than commodities, they are a commitment to a healthier life. Our fiber-fit flour redefines bread and gut health with twice the fiber content. Our range, including all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, stands as a testament to excellence. Sunrich Foods elevates rice with grains 2 to 3 times longer, celebrated for their aroma. Good Goodies Factory creates joyous snacks enriched with energics. Sunrich Bakery and Grocery Stores offers a holistic food experience with bakery items, groceries, and cakes, all handcrafted using Sunrich products. Our edible oil refinery produces premium oils and banaspati, fortified with essential nutrients. Brands like Dastak, Ehtimam, and Zocchi blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed, completing our integrated value chain. As we strive towards net zero by 2050, we remain committed to our promise for better nutrition. Unity Foods, food for life.
Where the future's unclear, chasing dreams through the chaos, pushing past the fear. A vision in our hearts and courage in our hands. We carve a path where no one's ever made a stand. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Through every change, we turn uncertainty into something strange. With passion and grit, we rise above, empowered by the future we're dreaming of. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Challenge becomes a chance to build, to grow, to take a step.
In the symphony of life, change is the only constant, weaving a tapestry of evolving realities. We stand at the forefront, challenging the impossible, connecting you to a world of passion and binding you to your own happiness. We are the architects of transformative change, and our medium is something fundamental. Food, more than sustenance, is an emotion, a promise for better nutrition. From humble beginnings with simple grains to leading sustainable agriculture practices, we've evolved, matching the relentless pace of progress. Our commitment shines through to state-of-the-art factories producing 190 plus high-quality products under our flagship brands Sunrich Foods and Good Goodies. Embark on this journey with Unity Foods, where Pakistan's first pizza mill with Swiss technology transforms every grain into the purest flour, fortified with essential nutrients. Sunrich products are more than commodities, they are a commitment to a healthier life. Our fiber-fed flour redefines bread and gut health with twice the fiber content. Our range, including all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, stands as a testament to excellence. Sunrich Foods elevates rice with grains 2 to 3 times longer, celebrated for their aroma. Good Goodies Factory creates joyous snacks enriched with Energix. Sunrich Bakery and Grocery Stores offers a holistic food experience with bakery items, groceries, and cakes, all handcrafted using Sunrich products. Our edible oil refinery produces premium oils and banaspati, fortified with essential nutrients. Brands like Dastak, Ehtimam, and Zoki blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed, completing our integrated value chain. As we strive towards net zero by 2050, we remain committed to our promise for better nutrition. Unity Foods, food for life.
Where the future's unclear, chasing dreams through the chaos, pushing past the fear. A vision in our hearts and courage in our hands. We carve a path where no one's ever made a stand. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Through every change, we turn uncertainty into something strange. With passion and grit, we rise above, empowered by the future we're dreaming of. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Pushing forward into the fight. Every challenge becomes a chance
In the symphony of life, change is the only constant, weaving a tapestry of evolving realities. We stand at the forefront, challenging the impossible, connecting you to a world of passion, and binding you to your own happiness. We are the architects of transformative change, and our medium is something fundamental. Food, more than sustenance, is an emotion, a promise for better nutrition. From humble beginnings with simple grains to leading sustainable agriculture practices, we've evolved, matching the relentless pace of progress. Our commitment shines through to state-of-the-art factories producing 190 plus high-quality products under our flagship brands, Sunrich Foods and Good Goodies. Embark on this journey with Unity Foods, where Pakistan's first pizza mill with Swiss technology transforms every grain into the purest flour, fortified with essential nutrients. Sunrich products are more than commodities. They are a commitment to a healthier life. Our fiber-fed flour redefines bread and gut health with twice the fiber content. Our range, including all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, stands as a testament to excellence. Sunrich Foods elevates rice with grains 2 to 3 times longer, celebrated for their aroma. Good Goodies Factory creates joyous snacks enriched with Energix. Sunrich Bakery and Grocery Stores offers a holistic food experience with bakery items, groceries, and cakes, all handcrafted using Sunrich products. Our edible oil refinery produces premium oils and banaspati, fortified with essential nutrients. Brands like Dastak, Ehtimam, and Zoki blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed, completing our integrated value chain. As we strive towards net zero by 2050, we remain committed to our promise for better nutrition. Unity Foods, food for life.
Where the future's unclear, chasing dreams through the chaos, pushing past the fear. With vision in our hearts and courage in our hands, we carve a path where no one's ever made a stand. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Through every change, we turn uncertainty into something strange. With passion and grit, we rise above, empowered by the future we're dreaming of. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find a way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. Pushing forward into the fight. Every challenge becomes a chance
In the symphony of life, change is the only constant, weaving a tapestry of evolving realities. We stand at the forefront, challenging the impossible, connecting you to a world of passion and binding you to your own happiness. We are the architects of transformative change, and our medium is something fundamental. Food, more than sustenance, is an emotion, a promise for better nutrition. From humble beginnings with simple grains to leading sustainable agriculture practices, we've evolved, matching the relentless pace of progress. Our commitment shines through to state-of-the-art factories producing 190 plus high-quality products under our flagship brands, Sunrich Foods and Good Goodies. Embark on this journey with Unity Foods, where Pakistan's first pizza mill with Swiss technology transforms every grain into the purest flour, fortified with essential nutrients. Sunrich products are more than commodities. They are a commitment to a healthier life. Our fiber-fed flour redefines bread and gut health with twice the fiber content. Our range, including all-purpose flour, semolina, and pizza flour, stands as a testament to excellence. Sunrich Foods elevates rice with grains 2 to 3 times longer, celebrated for their aroma. Good Goodies Factory creates joyous snacks enriched with energics. Sunrich Bakery and Grocery Stores offers a holistic food experience with bakery items, groceries, and cakes, all handcrafted using Sunrich products. Our edible oil refinery produces premium oils and banaspati, fortified with essential nutrients. Brands like Dastak, Ehtimam, and Zoki blend omega-3 and 6 and vitamins A, D, and E, catering to global customers. Our journey doesn't stop there. We transform crushed seeds into high-quality animal feed, completing our integrated value chain. As we strive towards net zero by 2050, we remain committed to our promise for better nutrition. Unity Foods, food for life.
Where the future's unclear, chasing dreams through the chaos, pushing past the fear. With vision in our hearts and courage in our hands, we carve a path where no one's ever made a stand.
Ladies and gentlemen, we will be beginning the next session very shortly. Please do take your seats, finish off your teas and coffees, and settle in your places, and we'll begin almost immediately.
Turn uncertainty into something strange. With passion and grit, we rise above. Empowered by the future we're dreaming of. We're navigating the unknown, where innovations grow. In every step we find our way, building tomorrow day by day. We don't follow, we lead the show. We're navigating the unknown. We unknown. You see a light. Pushing forward into the fight. Every challenge becomes a chance to build, to grow, to take a stance. Navigating the unknown. Navigating the unknown.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen. I hope you had a nice tea break. The weather is lovely outside. I saw some people milling around in the garden. It's a nice place to have some tea. Please do settle down quickly. We want to get the next session underway as soon as possible, and then we can all get to lunch in time as well. So settle down and we'll get underway. Our next session is going to come back to our theme here of navigating the unknown. One of the things about the unknown and the difficulty of navigating it is the sheer complexity of the landscape. We have issues, as we've been talking over the past 2 days, of geopolitics, of digitalization, of trade, of all manner of different aspects that we bring to this conversation. And in this panel, we're going to try and address all those things in their entirety. We're going to talk about them through the lens of, if we can break it down into the concept of ecosystems. And in this context, we're going to consider it a symphony of ecosystems. And we're going to try and discuss all these things and bring them all together in some coherent fashion. That job is not mine. It belongs to our host here. I'll introduce him in a minute, but first let me introduce you to our panel. The panel today consists of Jahangir Piracha, Managing Director and CEO of the Fauji Fertilizer Company Limited. Jahan Zeb Khan, President and CEO of Easy Payzer Digital Bank. Asif Peer, you're a popular man. Asif Peer is the CEO and Managing Director of Systems Limited. Fatima Asad Saeed, Chief Executive Officer of Abacus. Haris M. Chowdhury, President and CEO of Mobilink Microfinance Bank Limited. And Akhil Ahmed, Group Chief Executive Officer of Cytec. Abrar Mir, are we all here? I'm reading out a lot of names. Chief Information and Transformation Officer of HBL. And the job of moderating the panel falls to Mujib Zahur, Managing Director, S&P Global in Pakistan.
Testing? No?
Sorry.
You're disintegrating everything. This is on? Thank you very much. We'll take two. Our ecosystem was not properly surrounded, so even more so why this conversation is so important. I think listening to the discussions from earlier this morning, a lot has been talked about what is going on in the world in terms of Gen AI. Yesterday we had meaningful conversations around sustainability. I and my fellow panel members today are going to try spending the next 60 minutes or so to talk about how some of these factors are impacting ecosystems around the world and in specific industries. We have the pleasure of having stalwarts from various industries in our panel today. And when you look at these factors, what are some of the major ones that pop out? It starts from what's happening geopolitically and macroeconomically. I've had the opportunity and pleasure to attend some conferences around the world over the last couple of months. And two topics that consistently pop up, and we've heard them in our conversations in the last 2 days here as well, is what's happening with global trade, how that is going to impact policymaking at various government levels and going to impact enterprises. So we will try to see what impact is there for Pakistan and Pakistani enterprises. Similarly, Gen AI has been talked about a lot. That's another factor. We will get into that. Financial inclusion, there's a lot of work being done in that space. And it's a key driver of how ecosystems can drive and can improve and thrive. Similarly, we look at sustainability. His Excellency, the ambassador from the UK, Ms. Jane, spoke about how Pakistan is at such a high risk of climate-related events. We saw one yesterday out of nowhere. Perhaps once in a lifetime. I think a lot of us have lived in Islamabad for many, many years, and I don't recall seeing anything even close to that. It has generated a lot of loss for a lot of people, insurance claims, all of that. I mean, thankfully, this was still relatively at a limited scale, but it generates a factor that creates disruption. So how can businesses revolve and survive around that? Lastly, if we can flip to the next slides, I wanted to share some numbers around Gen AI. This is an area that is very close to our strategy at S&P Global. This research is from S&P Global as well. And there are two key things I just want to highlight before I delve into my questions with my panel members. One is the rate of adoption of Gen AI. It is accelerating at a very, very fast pace across industries. It was higher than what was projected earlier, again, across industries. And then if you flip over to the next one, please, you will see some areas, especially when it comes to where is AI adding value? What are the segments and components across various streams where AI is generating the most value when we go and talk to stakeholders and enterprises about it. And some very interesting, I'm not going to go into the details of this specifically, but very, very interesting areas, and each one of them presenting an opportunity to leaders and colleagues from across various industries that are present here today. With that, I will get into some questions for my panel members. We can start off with Mr. Jahangir Paracha. And so in your sector, how is technology disrupting your ecosystem or adding value to it? If you can start off by talking about that, please.
Can you hear me? Assalamu alaikum, ladies and gentlemen. I think good to be here again. Great, I think, conference, and a lot of discussion has ensued. I think technology, as we were just discussing, is going to be very disruptive. And in our industry, which is basically manufacturing agri inputs, and obviously we are very tied up with the agriculture of this country, very, very inward-looking company, but very much tied up in ensuring Pakistan's food security. 240 million people, 55 million acres of land, and these are 55 million acres of land which can be cultivated is finite. It can't be. So the country has a land area, you can only use this land area and feed the people of Pakistan. So I think when we look at how AI is disrupting our industry at two ends, obviously we have very large industrial plants which were designed, I would say, 30, 40 years back. And technology, the mechanical and electrical technologies have not evolved and has not really, it hasn't had the carburetor to EFI differential which happened, and now even people are going into the cars. So our technology is very much, very, very, sort of evolved 30 years back type of a technology. How do you really go and, refix this asset and obviously create products at much lower value for your customer, and who's going to be very, very, stressed going forward because of the climate, which is farmers of Pakistan. So I think what I would feel that process automation and obviously using the AI is going to be the real game changer going forward for our type of industry. Any efficiency gains we are able to actually or produce much lesser the price, I think our consumer will definitely benefit from it. So I think one of the key things which Pakistani industry must push now, and I think like a belief, when the mobile phones came, we never thought it will change our lives so rapidly. I think the industry in our country should seriously now invest in technologies which are available. A lot of them have already been deployed in other countries of the world. But I think leveraging big data and AI for creating value from our current assets is going to be number one priority. Primarily, Pakistan, generally, if you really see energy, all sorts of, we are an energy importing country. A lot of our industry actually depends on imported energy, be it in the form of fuel oil, LNG, all sorts of those things are there. This is a reality of the country right now. Yes, I think we have a lot of potential in the renewables, but that's going to take time and to come in. But as currently, any efficiency gain we do is going to really impact our less consumption of the raw materials, which is again finite. The other area, which is our the Pakistani farms, the agriculture. Now, this is a person who has generally been, been used to a certain weather, certain type of practices, and certain type of seeds. Now, with the climate change, everything is changing for them, and very rapidly. This last, Rabi season, which is the winter crop, which is your wheat main crop, the difference between the sowing time actually changed by 4 weeks. So, if you were sowing early November, in some areas that happened in early November, and with the heat, obviously the outputs reduce. So I think the key area where I think technology will change for us is, first of all, getting climate, suitable seeds. Then a lot of this information, using ag tech primarily, creating ways where financial tools, which a lot of colleagues here are doing, where there's easy access to financing some of these inputs, because traditional Aarti, sort of model ain't going to work long, I mean, we need to have financing obviously to do. So, fintech, ag tech, and at the end of the stream is when they are selling out their products, obviously there has to be a buyer for it. Now, I'm very delighted yesterday Punjab government actually announced electronic warehousing receipt, which is basically that you put it in a warehouse and you get an electronic warehouse receipt, and that receipt you can store that product, you can eventually trade it in the mercantile commodity exchange, and also take loan on it. So I think all of this technology driven change will really impact the earning, and all the inefficiencies which we had in the system will definitely reduce and will make our farmers more resilient to the challenges which they're facing. I think that's my take. Thank you.
Thank you, Jahangir Saab. Very pertinently answered and very well covered on most of the major factors. It's working now finally. We fixed our ecosystem at least. Janze, moving on to you. We just spoke about financial inclusion, right? And you represent a huge component of that. So how do you see the role of digital banks and financial inclusion in Pakistan, and specifically Easy Paisa's role in really enabling this ecosystem?
Thank you so much, Mujib, for the question. I think just like Jahangir Saab mentioned, a financial ecosystem is vital to the national cause. Regardless of the industry, we play a role, and the financial services industry in Pakistan has done a pretty decent job at enabling the fundamentals of different type of financial tools across the masses in Pakistan thus far. But still there are plenty of opportunities. For example, we at Easy Paisa, being the first digital bank, we already are providing services to 50 million registered account holders in Pakistan. That's 1 out of every 4 Pakistani is leveraging Easy Paisa. Just last year, we processed approximately upwards of 9 trillion rupees passed through our platform, which is approximately upwards of 9% of Pakistan's GDP, right? So it's a massive undertaking and a platform that we pioneered, where now payments has almost become a commodity, and every one of the banks and financial institutions and startups are providing those payment services. I think where we need to now scale beyond it and leverage technology to help us get beyond where we are is, I think we at EasyPaisa are already now talking about digital bank as history and talking more about an AI-enabled bank. We are talking about leveraging AI for hyper-personalization. We are talking about AI to strengthen and reduce the fraud and the scamming, which is prevalent in our society. We are talking about AI in our operational efficiencies. In global banks like JP Morgan, almost 80% of the coding that typical coder, a technology person used to do, is now automated by AI. And I'm sure Asif will talk more about it, right? But it's important that we develop a thriving ecosystem around the different multi-industries. And I'm happy to share here that we are partnering with probably every one of the players sitting here on this panel.
Yeah.
And that is the vitality of a strong ecosystem where you need to have open banking APIs. You need to enable Pakistanis to do their payments, lending services, whatever they want at the tip of the fingertips via their mobile phone. And that is our EasyPasa's ambition, to be able to partner with everyone around the industry to enable Pakistanis to have the access of capital so they can grow their businesses and they can thrive in this economy.
Thank you, Janzeb. Very, very aptly said. Asif, moving on to you, I think as representing one of the largest technology companies in Pakistan, and when we look at these factors that impact various ecosystems, Janzeb spoke about AI. So I will definitely like your take on how that's shaping up your industry and your space. But I also would like if you can comment a little bit on what's happening with the geopolitical, macroeconomic area as well, especially in North America, and how do you see that having presenting an opportunity or presenting some challenges for Pakistani enterprises and people operating in this region? So a twofold question for you, please.
Okay, great. Assalamu alaikum, everyone. Good afternoon. So thanks, Asfar, in the nutshell, for hosting this amazing conference. Thank you, Mujib, for asking these twofold questions. So first, I will start with geopolitics and macroeconomics question, which is on top of everybody's head. And every morning, at least especially the US morning, we start with something new, and we have to be adjusted. So I think that shows this global world. Globalization is, of course, now in a different context. You have to see its challenge. So now you come up and you have to be prepared. You have to be resilient of any change, and you have to be prepared what's going to happen and how you react and act. Is it proactive or reactive? It depends. So I think I'll just speak about from the Pakistan perspective. Of course, we have such a small share if we are talking about US specifically, from our exports, whether it's IT, whether it's goods. So we have only to gain. It's a huge opportunity when these situations happen. Of course, in the industry we live, service industry is not impacted. It's, of course, from the tariffs and other perspective. But when these things happen, what happens? The CFOs and CEOs, and as I said, like, you have to be prepared for anything. When you are prepared, when these things disrupt, you see that immediate reaction is definitely, it is going to have some impact. You can't say that everything will be hunky and dory and there will be no inflation, there will be nothing is going to happen. So there will be changes, right? And organizations in Pakistan especially, the manufacturing or services, both needs to be ready for an opportunity, because when there is a cost pressure, when there is a pressure of change, then everybody looks for an avenue to consolidate their operation, consolidate their operations, consolidate their vendors and partners, and bringing the efficiency. And when they talk about the efficiency, productivity, what happens? Technology comes at the forefront. You can't optimize if you don't have the process in place. If you don't have the technology, AI, of course, is one area, but it's a lot. So I think as a Pakistani exporters or Pakistani nation, we have a huge ground to play, because somebody's loss is somebody's win. And if we can just care about how can we differentiate ourselves in this difficult time, and that's an opportunity for the countries or the companies who have a very small share. You have nothing to lose. So you have to all go all out and exploit whatever you can in this huge opportunity that is surfacing out of these challenges. I can give you an example of COVID, right? IT industry, like, have a 30–40% growth, and that was a leapfrog. How it happened? Because it was a disruption event, it was a huge challenge for the world, but we as a country played it very well, where we kept IT, and we said IT industry is also one of the essential industry. So it remains open, and the world was shut down. There was so much of influx that we received, which we couldn't even hope. And when world were laying off the people, we were hiring people. We were hiring talent. So these disruption and these challenges provides a huge and humongous opportunity for everyone. I think everyone needs to be prepared, and these geopolitical changes, when you have a very small thing, you have enough stake on the ground. So coming back to, that's my perspective, and I think we are acting and reacting on it, and I'm very bullish about it, very optimistic about it. They will gain, again, like COVID, we will gain a lot of share when this disruption happens, and we could be one of the providers when people are looking for options, right? So you can only come in when somebody looks for options. Options generate when there is a disruption or challenge. In the status quo, options are limited, right? Because people are happy in what they do, and when things changes, there is an option. So, and then that's what we need to cultivate. The second part, AI, I think now, I said once, AI or die, right? So I think it's not an option, right? So that you don't do the digital transformation, you don't use your data, you don't use the AI transformation, as Jazib said, that like hyper-personalization or any industry, like we heard from Jahangir Saab as well, like whether it's agriculture, whether it's edtech, whether it's a fintech, I think your data is your data, right? So that's a trust you need to have on your data. We all generate the data every milliseconds, and tons of data. Even in sitting in this conference, you can generate tons of data, what people are doing, what are their sentiments when we are speaking, which thing they like, which comments. So I think it's every minute, seconds, milliseconds, there is a data generated. So as Jahangir Saab was just saying that big data to AI, I think AI is, of course, as we all know, it's since 1951. It's not a new thing, right? We have been using this mathematical model for prediction, prescription to normal descriptive reportings. So, but now what this last 1.5 year, like even internet took 20 years for the transformation, AI and Gen AI took like 1.5 years to reach a 25% adoption rate. Why? Because now we have a UI for AI, user interface for AI. Because earlier we all thought about that you need to be programmer, you need to be very good mathematician to write these models. Now you can query, you have an intelligent interrogation tool available. You ask the right prompt, the right questions, you will get a lot of information. Yes, there are judgmental interrogation as well, where you have to make a decision. So human in the loop. So we heard that AI will replace the people and 80% of the jobs are disrupted. It's not like that. There are a lot of judgmental interrogation or judgmental decision where human in the loop, because you can have multiple scenarios, but you have to choose which one will act and react, because always whatever works in US, it is not necessarily going to work in Pakistan. Whatever works in Middle East, even it is not going to work in Pakistan. Even whatever is work in Islamabad may not work in Karachi. So you have to have a lot of input parameters, a lot of ingredients into it. So AI is definitely not a choice. It's not an option for the industry. But if you don't have a good, strong data engineering, and you don't have the data, because now customers in our field are asking about us that how you can use my data and apply the LLMs and apply the AI on my data, use the external, but don't share my data to outside organization or the model. Don't train on my data the external models. I want to keep it my data at mine, but I want to leverage all the facilities that OpenAI provides me today. So that is the world is moving. And if our industries don't do it, we have to move away from subsidies to productivity to efficiency. Every industry. Yeah. I think when you are looking for competing in the global ecosystem for exports, or any industry, you have to bring the efficiency, productivity, and it cannot come just by saying that we will be efficient and productive. It has to be exploiting all the data and exploring the new opportunities through the technology disruption. Because in today's world, the disruption is very easy. Any small player or startup comes and disrupt the large organization. We have seen tons of use cases and examples. If I keep going on, it will never end. Why? Because large players and incumbents say it's not going to happen, they just keep neglecting the change. But disruptor comes with an open mind and just come and just disrupt, right? So I think we don't have an option. I think whoever is a student, whether you're a student, professionals, I think you have to learn this. And in today's world, learning is not difficult. Everything is available. You just need to have a willingness to learn, and computers are coming to you, you are not going to computers. So that's the thing that you need to be aware of. Thank you.
Thank you, Asif. Very, very rightly said. I think 2 points that you made that really resonate with me as well. One is around proprietary data. This trend of enterprises and organizations, even states, creating frameworks and models that keep their proprietary data to themselves and secure. However, they leverage capabilities that are built from multiple tools is very, very pertinent, something to think about for leaders of various organizations that are sitting in the audience. And then the second point around talent, and that applies on everybody. You gave a couple of those anecdotes. I'll add one before I move on to Fatma, for my next question. And that is, I heard this somewhere, somebody clearly more wise than me said this, that humans will not be replaced by AI, but humans will be replaced by humans who are skilled in AI. So opportunity is tremendous. I couldn't agree more with what Asif talked about, being bullish on the opportunity and the only thing stopping us is our ability to have the skills that will allow us to get into all of those opportunities. Fatma, I'll come to you. Sorry for the wait. We have and for Haris and Abrar Saab, we're coming. Please hang in there. I'll ask a twofold question from you as well, Fatma. One would be around what we were just discussing from a talent perspective. You also run a large organization that is at the leading edge of a lot of these technologies. How are you seeing the talent playing a role in the ecosystem and its changing requirements? And then also another area that I know you're very, very passionate about is around governance and sustainability, which is definitely one of the key factors that is impacting ecosystems across multiple industries. So would love your take on those two things.
Thank you very much, and Assalamu alaikum. These are very pertinent questions, but I would like to actually take a step back and just for the benefit of the audience, we talk about the symphony because that's the focus of not only just shaping ecosystem, but the symphony of shaping and putting certain action plans in place. if you think about it, and if there's an analogy, the best analogy is an orchestra, right? So it is not individual instruments, it's how the instruments come together to produce some beautiful music. And that is what an ecosystem is in its true form in terms of balance and the value that it can add and enthrall the audience. And also have some kind, great value as well. If anyone is interested in classical music, and I'm sure you've gone to an orchestra, it's beautiful. But who stands at the head, at the lead, is the conductor. And the conductor's responsibility is to ensure that all of the facets of an orchestra work together to deliver that beautiful sound. The question is, then you replicate that particular example into your organizations, where you talk about talent and what my esteemed colleagues have also spoken about, that how do you orchestrate this symphony which is very holistic? And it is the day and age of collaboration. That is why it affects the talent. It's not about competition. I feel there is a shift globally, and I'm hoping it will come into Pakistan as well, that where we have to collaborate, whether we're tech innovators, whether we represent the government, whether we're business leaders, or we are an individual or an entrepreneurial startup. Unless we collaborate to work towards that common goal, there will always be dissonance. The most beautiful example is nature in itself. One component you take out, and exactly what happened yesterday, and so many other examples only in the last couple of months, the fires in California, the floods in Asia Pacific, etc. There is an imbalance. And that obviously raises the larger question of climate sustainability. That imbalance is our, ladies and gentlemen, our fundamental responsibility. Look at it from your own organization. Look at the role that you play within your own organization. And when there is, in my mind, if there is a strategy which is driving how an organization functions, obviously there are different stakeholders. There's the government support, which I must applaud the focus of the government in terms of the digital Pakistan, which Asif also talked about, where we focus on that support in terms of policy, in terms of relationships. But at the end of the day, there's a delivery between the public and the private, through the public and private partnerships as well. That needs to be sustainable. And once the strategy is in place, what runs that? It is the systems, the structure, the policies, of course, but fundamentally the talent. So we can give that opportunity to our talent, but are we doing enough to upskill them? Are we doing enough to reskill them, to prepare them for this age of AI, which is upon us? It's not something which will happen. It is already happening. And those who will lead and succeed are not only those who adapt and also reskill, you said it very well, reskill themselves, but who are resilient in their approach towards collaboration, and there is purpose with which they are driving. Organization leaders and government leaders have to recognize that. The third element is the unity and discipline behind what needs to get done, and therefore it becomes sustainable. So talent definitely is getting impacted. I feel in a country, I believe in a country where we have almost 250, 245 million. It keeps on changing, so a few million here and there. Unfortunately, we're one of the most populous countries and a very high growth rate as well. I was reading yesterday that last year, 2024, for example, Japan had a growth rate where their mortality was more than their birth rate. And we produced, mashallah, 5.5 million children. So how are we going to sustain that? And that is our biggest question. I feel that this particular element is what we need to address as business leaders as well as the government, because jobs have to be created, education institutions have to be created. And what is happening is everyone is working towards educating themselves, but is it really education? It's not just academic excellence, it's also about being value added for the future. The second element is the sustainability. Governance frameworks are also changing globally. I was at Harvard earlier this year, and there was an amazing conversation in terms of just the shift towards the focus on governance frameworks, cybersecurity, and of course climate change being at the heart of it, but also this resilience within people to adapt wherever you are in the world. It is not about being in more developed countries, it's about how do we capture that opportunity within the space of big data, within the space of AI and data sciences and data analytics, allowing us to contribute value. And if we get that equation balanced, then we look at sustainability, which will add value, but in the long term. So the shift is definitely there. Do we recognize the shift? Are we looking at the opportunities? Are we rethinking our governance frameworks? That means a lot of homework for the board of directors and the governance boards in terms of what really matters. And are we asking the right questions at the end of the day? That's something someone said in the earlier panel as well. Are we asking the right questions from a sustainability perspective? Then climate finance comes into action. And so just to wrap it up, I would like all of you to think about the fact that all of us can contribute very positively in an action-oriented manner. But just see, if there is an ecosystem which is nature, and you take out one component of it and everything collapses, case in point what happened yesterday as far as the weather. If you were to do that in your own organizations and whichever community that you belong to, how would that impact? That means each one of us can play an integral role in transforming in this age of disruption and really shape a very stronger Pakistan. Thank you.
Thank you, Fatma. Very nicely summarized. And I think to your point around sustainability and governance frameworks, it becomes even more pertinent because as companies operating in Pakistan look to expand and grow regionally, they encounter some of these requirements from a governance standpoint. So having the expertise and the muscle to be able to navigate those governance requirements and having strong processes internally is a direct, it is not a nice to have, more and more it is becoming a direct contributor to your P&L. So thank you so much for bringing that up. Haris and Abrar Saab, I'll have the same question for you both, and I would love your input on that. And it is around how digital financial ecosystems impact our enterprises, and Janzeb spoke a little bit about what they're doing for the country. I would love to get both of yours perspective. Haris, we can start with you, and then Abrar Saab, I'll come to you for the same question.
Assalamu alaikum ji, and good afternoon. I think Janzeb just spoke briefly about financial inclusion, but I think financial inclusion does not mean that we just open a wallet account or we have a bank account. I think what we need to do is we need to think slightly more than that. And what we envision is that every person in Pakistan should have a smartphone, affordable smartphone, a data, and tools for do businesses, and also access to credit. That is something that's going to actually help and build that ecosystem, what we are talking about, in which we help in building small businesses where they grow and be given employment opportunities. And now, instead of changing the mind shift, what we have to do is that we don't have to go and look for jobs. I think we need to employ people. That is something that is collaboration, what is required from us. When we talk about digitally financial inclusion, we do approximately 11% of Pakistan GDP through Mobilink Bank. And as Janzeb said, it's 9.3 something around from Telenor. So if you look at the 20% of Pakistan's GDP goes to these financial institutions. So we can imagine the potential if rest of all other financial inclusions can come and take play, it will have a very major play. And secondly, an important thing is that we process approximately 120,000 micro loans a day. which is playing a very important role in giving loans to small businesses and also to small individuals, like when we talk about a rider of a food panda or a driver of a Careem, or someone who buys fruit in the market from the market in the morning, and the evening when he sells, he returns the loan. This is something that we really need to build on, because we are taking the loan sharks away from the people, where they do not have any dignity when they go and ask for them. And the way they're being treated is also in a very different manner, which we do not appreciate that. This is, I think, how we're going to build the ecosystem, which is going to help in Pakistan. It's heartening to know that we're seeing some growth in terms of GDP, and we're looking at 2.5%. Eventually, inshallah, it will grow further. So I think bringing those ecosystems together in the financial system where the access to credit is very limited. I just want to share, an example. In late 60s, Pakistan's private credit to GDP was roughly around 20%, and more or less similar with India, Indonesia, Malaysia, and Vietnam. And we talk about now, so it's less than 20% of Pakistan. And if we talk about Indonesia, Vietnam, Malaysia, and now even Bangladesh joining, all over 45, 50, and 60%. I think we need to build a ecosystem where we can provide access and credit to all those individuals, all those businesses, where we can build this. And that's how we're going to put people not only in financial inclusion, but also help in grow the businesses.
Thank you, Haris. Abrar Sahab, you can chime in on the same.
Ji, thank you very much. So I think when we start talking about digital financial ecosystems, I genuinely believe a digital financial ecosystem has the potential to completely transform the environment, the whole business models, to enable a lot of non-financial platforms to connect with each other, to create new business models, and also to scale up and create value. So when you imagine if you have a very solid digital financial ecosystem where you've got good quality data coming through in real time, and you can offer real-time loans, real-time investments, real-time insurance capabilities. And then all of that, if that is happening in real time, across the whole value chain, if it starts from, let's say, agri to manufacturing to distribution to the consumer itself, you look at the whole ecosystem or the value chain itself. If the digital financial system is enabled across all the value chain in real time, the kind of value it can unlock, the speed it can provide, the kind of transparency it can provide, the kind of data that it delivers to enable people to go out and create new business models, to scale existing business models, those opportunities are phenomenal. And if we take, for example, let's say a micro-entrepreneur somewhere in rural part of Pakistan who wants to sell their produce to a large city in Pakistan via an e-commerce platform. So you see, there's an e-commerce platform, there is that producer, let's say that's a farmer, they have the logistics company that is involved, but all of these are individual platforms that are non-financial platforms that are not typically connected with each other. They get connected with each other via the digital financial transactions because those are the ones that enable them to move stuff from one place to another in return for the exchange of the value. So there are so many potentials that are available out there if we can get our digital financial ecosystem to work cohesively, comprehensively across the value chain. But I think the only thing I would certainly want to go out and say is you can have all the products, you can have all the technology, you can have all the tools. But the technology, the tools, the products, they don't result in the evolution of the ecosystem. What results in the evolution of the ecosystem is trust. What results in the evolution of ecosystem is the right governance model, right policies, and most importantly, having the right quality of human capital. So all of these need to come together for any digital ecosystem, whether it is financial or anything else, for them to go out and deliver the real value, to become the true multiplying force that they can be, to deliver the kind of transformational impact that they can truly deliver.
Fantastic. I think great point around the factors that really develop an ecosystem. In the next round, I'll love to talk a little bit more about policies and what needs to be done perhaps from Jahzeb, Haris, and Abrar Sahab. But I want to switch gears a little bit and come back to Jahangir and speak. One of the factors that you see up there also is around the energy transition and how that is really, for those of us who are watching world markets and commodity markets specifically, this is a very, very happening space. There's a lot going on there in terms of how the world is moving from traditional power sources and their energy. All this growth, all this opportunity requires energy, right? And as Fatma very rightly mentioned, fast growing, at least population-wise, nations like Pakistan are also going to continue to have these demands. We also talked about food security earlier. So these two are very, very interlinked. I would love to get your thoughts, Jahangir, on this. You are at an excellent vantage point from your organization for a view on both of these things. So please share some thoughts on that.
I think energy transition is obviously universal. It's just not limited to our country. And primarily, the world is moving to a world, sort of a usage of energy, primarily electricity. And the shift will be renewables, period. I mean, this is something which we saw in our country also. Right. I think Pakistan probably had, and my numbers might not be fully sort of there, but one of the most rapid solarization of rooftop. I mean, it was not a government policy. It was basically a transformation happened because you made the electricity so expensive that people immediately switched to a resource, and then mainly upper middle class and richer segments of the society, but also in the villages. I mean, you go to the kokas, you go to villages, and you find that the tube wells are running on solar panels. So the transformation has been very much across the country, and it was literally private-led. I mean, it was small solar companies which were spreading the message and obviously providing service. Pakistan, to be honest, was very blessed with our discoveries of gas in 50s. We became literally a gas, so a lot of people don't realize, but Pakistan became a gas-based economy. I think I would say 60s, 70s, 80s, we had enough gas. We were using it for electricity generation, for heating, for cooking in our houses. So our entire ecosystem got developed, and with inefficient, cookers and the gas boilers and the geysers, and I don't want to go to that. So we squandered a lot of that also away. But I think that transition, this solar revolution which you saw in Pakistan, means that if you provide the right environment, and in this case, I mean, the market pricing actually drove it, the transformation could be so rapid, Right. So Pakistan, hopefully, will not be in a very bad shape. We are blessed with, obviously, a lot of ample solar energy. We have wind also in southern Pakistan. The only catch is the base load, The base load is primarily where when the solar and wind is not there, you still need a base load. And I think that transition is also happening with some nuclear power plants in Pakistan. Right. I don't know, I'm a big propagator of nuclear energy. So I think that transformation is going to be even more bigger going forward because SMRs, the small SMR technology has been available to the world for a very long time. Is small modular reactors. They were put in the submarines, The US always had it. Right. So it's a small, so imagine you have a small nuclear reactor which can just produce 1 megawatt of electricity, and you could put it in your house. Now, this technology has existed since 1960.
Yeah.
And they were in nuclear submarines of US and also Russia. Now, this technology is becoming commercialized. Now, so technology is becoming commercialized when it was available for almost 50 years, where a small, nuclear reactors are very big. When we think of nuclear reactor, we're thinking about, 1,000 megawatt. Imagine a small reactor, which is a 1 megawatt or 5 megawatt, which will be available to you. And obviously, there's with nuclear energy, there's a safety concern. But this technology is going to be a game changer. Yeah. This is the new thing which is coming. So you'll practically have renewables and maybe a comeback of the nuclear.
Yeah.
And comeback of a nuclear where I can and you can buy a nuclear reactor, imagine, as a company. So that is the next transformation which is happening in the transition. And I think this SMR technology is going to be very, very essential for people who cannot just switch, because obviously with solar and wind, you need to have land and,
right.
You can't put it everywhere. So, for factories, for industry, it will become extremely important to have it. Coming back to the food security question, so I think this transition, I just wanted to share with people.
Right.
On food security, the challenge is much bigger. So if I look at a country like Pakistan, low per capita income, and I read somewhere, so some of the people, you are in the business of numbers,
right.
But for Pakistanis, primarily, it's the carbohydrates which give us the calories. Unfortunately, it's not a balanced diet. 70% of our country's people, and I don't mean people sitting in this room, but people with very low incomes, they survive on roti. So it's basically wheat.
Yeah.
Second crop, we need proteins. So the second crop which is sustaining this country is poultry. Or is it working? Yeah, the poultry is the second, our primary source of protein is poultry. And again, it is dependent on our maize crop.
Yeah.
That is a chicken feed.
Yeah.
So these two crops actually are essential for this country's food security. One is source of indirect protein. The other is obviously the carbohydrates. Now, maize, because it was always a deregulated, and a lot of research went into it, is doing well. There is hybrid seeds. Wheat, because it was always regulated by our governments, unfortunately is under a lot of stress, and you are hearing today even, how we are going to face. But imagine a country which is dependent on wheat 70%. The question now comes, because as we said, with the climate challenge, the solution will have to be very specific to the geography you are living.
Yeah.
So a solution cannot be done, let's say wheat research which is done in US, you can't replicate it in Pakistan. So for a country with a 250 million people and adding 5 million every year, 5 million every year and going up, you need agronomists. That is one of the most essential for us, maybe not for Japan, where their populations are going down, but do we have high quality research-based agriculture universities? Yes, those are the kind of scientists which we will need, because now for thousands of years we had seeds which worked with a certain climate. Now with the change, how do you really rewire your entire environment? So for Pakistan, I think one of the key talent requirement will be agronomy. Yeah. Unless we fix our population issue, and I don't see that happening.
Yeah, that's not going to happen.
That's not going to. So next 50 years, agronomy is going to be one of the largest requirement of this country. I don't even hear any talk about it anywhere.
Yeah.
Thank you.
No. Very, very pertinent thoughts, and I think an area that is very close to home for everybody, because it is something that we all, regardless of what business line we're in, are impacted with. And then very interesting on SMRs. All of you should check out. There's this thing called the Enron egg. Anybody remember Enron? Used to be this, power company that did funny things and then went out of business. They've come back, and Enron egg is exactly that. It's a small egg-shaped device that leverages SMR technology. Brilliant. We're going to get into a little bit of a rapid-fire category. We are my colleagues and I are the only thing standing between this audience and lunch. So we're going to try to quicken our pace a little bit. Janzeb, as promised, I'm coming back to you with a policy-related question. So we talked about what makes an ecosystem tick. Now, let's get into a little bit of, I think all of you have mentioned steps that have been taken, that have been positive. What's next? What else can be done from a policy standpoint that will enable financial inclusion in the ecosystem from your perspective? And Haris and Abrar Saab, I'll come to you next with the same question. And then afterwards, I have a different one for Asif and Fatma.
So quickly, cash in circulation in Pakistan is still one of the highest. That means there is immense opportunity domestically. So we need to make cash more expensive than digital payments because of all the multitude of benefits we get out of it. We and our colleagues are working closely with the government on enabling policies at the government level where we encourage digital payments, just like we've done credit cards. And you've seen the movement in the credit card movement, but just a slight policy enabler of reduced taxes if you pay via credit card. So enable the movement to digital payments. If we apply the same policy to digital payments, it will skyrocket because the customer value proposition grows tremendously as well as the merchant value proposition, and the customer is going to start to demand and leverage digital tools like mobile apps, like QR codes, etc. So I think that we are working with the policymakers at the government level, and thankfully we are backed by very progressive regulators. And the recent Prime Minister Ramzan package is an example of it, where for the first time across the country, the funds were dispersed electronically, digitally to wallets at the bottom of the pyramid. So that shows the level of change. Secondly, I would suggest is, I think our financial ecosystem has done a tremendous job in the last many years domestically. I think now we need to think big and extend our ecosystems beyond Pakistan and Pakistanis to regional and global level. I think the 5 digital banks awarded the license, every one of them is backed by international shareholder, including us. We are backed by Alibaba and Financial Group. And what we are working now on is to extend the ecosystem that they have developed, which is approximately 1.3 billion consumers across 90 million merchant and retailers across 66 markets globally. And that is what now we are working on, extending that ecosystem to every Pakistani via mobile phone. And imagine what that can enable every one of us and the freelancers who are working day in, day out for the betterment of the country. Thank you.
Brilliant. No, thank you, Janzeb. Haris, anything to add to that from a policy standpoint?
I think Jazeb clearly defined what we need in terms of the policy. But what we have to see is that our competition is cash, as just Jazeb mentioned. It's not about any banks or anything which we're colliding. So I think what we need to do is that we need to incentivize all those touch points where we can use digital payments rather than the cash. And that has happened in all the developing countries where they have actually gone from cash to digital payments. Like one of the biggest example I would say is India and also Kenya. And I think that's what we need to adopt in terms of Pakistan, like any QR payment through a merchant. So we need to reduce the federal excise duty and the sales tax at provincial level. So we can actually promote inclusivity of all those places where this can be used as digital payments. That's going to be a very big game changer in terms of how we can actually compete with the cash and promote the digital payments.
Thank you. Abrar Saab.
So, thank you. So I think I'll not talk about the financial ecosystem that's been talked about. Fundamentally, when we look at the word symphony, what does it mean? Symphony means sounding together. And as Fatima mentioned earlier, a true orchestral masterpiece happens when the conductor makes sure all of the various musical instruments are working together, they're working in rhythm, they're working in tandem with each other. That's when a magic happens. So similarly, if we take the same analogy to the ecosystems, you've got your agriculture sector, you've got your manufacturing sector, you've got your distributions, you've got your consumers. A typical supply chain cycle. To me, these are all equivalent of different musical instruments, and a policy defined by the government acts as that conductor that can either ensure they all work in rhythm with each other to create magic, or they continue to kind of work against each other at times and result in lots of friction, lots of inefficiencies in the system. So while financial ecosystem has been talked about, we can look at another example. Our water management policies and our post-harvest crop storage policies. A combination of these two different things defines what our agri-product cycle goes through every year. So we have the boom and bust cycles of wheat and cotton every year. There's a good crop, the farmer does not know what to do with the crop, they get taken advantage of, they don't get the right price, the manufacturer makes a killing out of it, the farmer suffers. Next year the farmer does not sow enough, there's a shortage, we end up importing crops. So if there were good coordinated policies around that, things could be very different. Similarly, in terms of water management, our irrigation system, we've had the best irrigation system, we've not really worked on it. The result is we've got about 30% of cultivable land is irrigated by our canal system. As against that, in India, it stands at about 80%. We are now also talking about using blockchain, etc., to tokenize our minerals and other assets and connect those to the international global systems to create more value, to take advantage of those. So we have lots of small things and small initiatives that happen, but those don't happen in coherence with each other. So maybe one of the things, if we can look at a national level, if we could create a kind of a cross-sectoral policy body that could look at the policies being formed and to see how coherent they are across the whole supply chain, just to make sure all those policies are accretive at each stage, they are all adding value at each stage, and they're not causing friction at different stages. So to that end, I think policy remains a very critical driver of making sure that we have that symphony of ecosystems. Thank you.
Brilliantly said, Rasa, thank you. I've been given by our orchestrator a Parchi to conclude this symphony as quickly as we can, but I will put Asif and Fatma a little bit on the spot. You both run organizations that have global presence. You talk to customers and people from around the world. I want your quick input on these two things. Are customer demands changing? And if yes, what? Very, very quickly. And then secondly, from a talent standpoint, any advice for Pakistani talent? Because I know pretty much everybody here is a large employer. We are a large employer. And the thing holding us back is finding people with the right skill set. So if you can comment on these two things. Same question to you as well, Fatma, so you have a little bit of a heads up to prepare. And please be mindful of the orchestrator's Parchi as well.
Okay, I'll take a minute or two. So I think, yes, definitely the demand has changed. And the world, as things changes, demand has to be changed, right? Because as more progressive and more innovative new things come, demand will change. So everyone nowadays asks how to do more with less. So everyone wants to do more with less. So how you do more with less? You can't do more with less without technology, without better service, without efficiency, without bringing the technology into the mix, without bringing data into the mix, without bringing AI into the mix. You can't do it, right? You just say that, I'll just keep doing what I'm keep doing and I still will do more with less. It doesn't happen because inflation is there, right? Wherever you are, you have to give COLA. A minimum, right? So it means cost is going up and you want to do more with less. It means you have to be more efficient, right? If you are in our field, if you are a coder, or in your field, if you are processing something from a business process perspective, you need to be efficient, and you need to be leveraging each and every tool at your disposal and each and everything to question why you are doing this. Why can't it be automated? Everything needs to be challenged in what you do, how you do, and what you need to do more with less. So definitely this is changing, and it will continue to change. If we don't change, and if we don't provide the efficiency, and if we just say it's a labor arbitrage, we will not be able to compete in the global ecosystem. So labor arbitrage is not going to be sustainable for sure. It is, with Pakistan, I think labor arbitrage as well as this technology transformation and being adaptive of this and resilient about it and be persistent about it will be the game changer for us. For talent, the second question that you asked, of course, we have the talent, but we have the raw talent, right? How do we transform and convert that raw talent to the talent which we all can use and leverage from the day one? So I think time is of the essence. Entire ecosystem, private sector, public sector, and the government and the education sector, it's an emergency. It's not a choice, as we heard, that population is growing more than the GDP growth we have. So if our GDP growth is 1.5%, as whatever we say, and top population growth is 2.5%, we are in a different direction, right? So I think that's where rubber meets the road, where the raw talents needs to be transferred to the skilled workers, and everyone needs to learn more than what they know today. And we have to have either vocational training, we have to come up with an emergency situation to train the youth. We cannot keep saying that we have 250 million people, we have 60% is under 30 years. That is not going to help. It is going to be the burden if we can't transform the talent, because it would be a huge burden if we can't create the jobs. And since everyone wants to do more with less, it means they need less people, but more skillful people. And how we can create jobs for everyone is going to be, should be the topic for everyone's mind. Every industry, every investment dime needs to go into the talent production.
Awesome, thank you. Fatma, I have the time up, Parchi, but I'll give you
Thank you.
60 seconds
60
to
seconds?
2 minutes.
Thank you, 120 seconds. Okay. No, thank you very much, and I'll very quickly wrap this up. You know, as a business leader, one of my top questions is always, are we ensuring that our customer engagement and our customer experience is at par with global standards? And that is one of the toughest. It's not the only question I ask, of course. I have other KPIs as well. But that fundamentally reflects back into the diversity of not only businesses that we have, but the diversity of the markets that we serve. We're across 30 countries right now. Our global delivery center is Pakistan. We're very proud of that fact. But with a growing headcount of 4,500 people, and inshallah, I hope it continues to grow with a stellar leadership team, the idea is to also look at it from an internal customer perspective. So do we have the right talent who can serve our external customers according to their not only expectations and requirements, but also serve their changing needs in a world which is so unpredictable? The topic of this, the theme of this conference is navigating the unknown. All of us are in that personally and professionally in a space where what is next? And we have to define what is next, and we have to make sense of what is happening with us. And that, ladies and gentlemen, reflects back into how we manage the organizations or lead in terms of what the priorities are. Talent, the right talent will win you not only sustainable profitability and performance, will ensure that that next customer or your existing customers will continue to have that confidence, that trust, that they will work with you on a long-term basis. And that's what I was talking about in terms of sustainability as well.
Yeah.
Because that's what the board looks at, that's what we want to, and that's your value proposition at the end of the day. So when we encompass that and you create a harmony within the organization, it goes back to what is your stakeholder wanting. Two main stakeholders for me, our people and the customer.
Absolutely.
But looking at it from a local context, not saying this will work here in Pakistan. Pakistan is an amazing land of opportunities. We just have to, one final word I would like to say is to maintain the integrity of the system and the mindset of saying we must give that support on a sustainable across all stakeholders. That means when the government works with the private sector, it collaborates with other parties as well, there has to be a trust behind it that what is due to whoever's making an effort is given.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah. Brilliantly said, Fatma. Thank you very much. With that, we will conclude. I really want to thank and appreciate the time and wisdom for all my panel members. And it is back to you guys.
Round of applause, please, for our panel. Wonderful job for bringing the symphony metaphor to life. You all did a great job of bringing that in. I mean, a few things that stood out for me. Fatma, you said, unless we collaborate, there will always be dissonance. And that kind of underpinned a lot of what some of you guys were saying. One thing that Abrar said, he talked about, for a functioning ecosystem and transformational impact, we need trust, governance, policies, and quality of human talent. So some really interesting insights there, folks. So let's get to our ceremony for presentations ahead of the lunch break. And to do that, I'd like to invite onto the stage some of our nutshell luminaries. First, Air Chief Marshal Sohail Aman, the Chief Executive of Strategic Investments for Nutshell, and also the former Chief Air Staff of Pakistan. Also, Amir Shahzad from Unity Foods. Amir, are you here? I saw him earlier on. There he is. And Farina Mazhar and Major General Shahzad Naeem Khan from Nutshell as well. Please join us on the stage for the ceremony. Air Chief Marshal, if you would, let's go through the list according to this. Jahangir Piracha, the Managing Director and CEO of Fauji Fertilizer Company Limited. Jahan Zeb Khan, President and CEO of Easy Payzer Digital Bank. Asif Pir, CEO and Managing Director of Systems Limited. Fatma Asad Saeed, Chief Executive Officer of Abacus. Haris Chowdhury, President and CEO of Mobilink Microfinance Bank. Akil Ahmed, the Group Chief Executive Officer at Cytec. Not with us. Abrar Mir, Chief Information and Transformation Officer of HBL. And finally, for our moderator, Mujib Zahur, Managing Director of S&P Global in Pakistan. Once again, panel, thank you very much indeed. Round of applause for you folks. And before you all go to lunch, we have a couple of housekeeping announcements to make.
Ladies and gentlemen, just 5 minutes of your time. We have a couple of housekeeping announcements. There's a lost and found of CNIC and ID card. This is for Tanzila Kawal Niazi If it's your car, Tanzila, wherever you are, you can collect it from our management desk here at this side of the stage. There's a parking valet ticket with a vehicle number YF534. YF534, valet parking ticket. Lost and found, you can collect it from the management desk on this side of the stage. And another announcement, there's a car, Toyota Yaris, AEN 359. AEN 359 Toyota Yaris. The hotel management informs us that it is, obstructing some other vehicles. So if you could please move the vehicle to a better place. Toyota Yaris AEN 539.
Thank you very much. Folks, lunchtime, we will begin the afternoon session in about 35 minutes from now. So please make your lunch enjoyable but quick.
Thank you. My wife works for us. Oh, really? Yeah. Wow. Singapore. Very nice. I've been to Singapore. I'm actually going there